He told us nothing but lies.
These timeshare thieves out there are terrible.
They bullied us.
It was a nightmare. We felt stuck.
Our timeshare is all a scam.
They stole from us. They were thieves.
I was completely taken advantage of.
Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder and CEO of Wesley Financial Group, and I know the tough spot you're in. Are you asking yourself, why did I buy that timeshare? I'll tell you why, because that presentation wasn't a normal sales pitch. It was a show to convince you that timeshare is a great investment. They told you it was available today and today only. They said you're foolish if you don't buy, and unfortunately, you believed them. We get over 3,000 complaints a week from folks just like you that were misled into buying a timeshare. Give us a call. I guarantee you, if we take you as a client, we will cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-981-4455. 800-981-4455. 800-981-4455.
Do you have information about a violent crime? Help solve crimes with your anonymous tips at crimeline.org. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Your tips make a difference. Say it here. It's anonymous at crimeline.org. Paid by CSTF.
Are you all worked up and working too much? You know what y'all need? Y'all need to chill out. Y'all need to have fun. Y'all need some adventure. Why? Y'all need Gatorland. How do we know? Ain't no one got more animals, more gators, or more fun than Gatorland. And now, Florida residents get what they need for less with $17.50 admission now through the end of April. We know what y'all need. Y'all need Gatorland.
Hey Orlando, Joe Rossi here from Greenway Kia. By now, you've heard about the auto tariffs, but at Greenway Kia, we planned ahead. We've been stocking up on new Kias at all 3 locations. Drive home the new Kia you want tariff-free. Like new 2025 Kia Sorento SUVs for only $179 per month for 24 months with 0 security deposit. We want to see you in a Kia. Visit greenwaykias.com.
Qualified applicants through KFA include $650 acquisition fee, 10,000 miles per year, $49.95 at inception, plus tax, title, license, $899 dealer, and $249.50 doc fee. Expires 5/5/25.
Calling all crime junkies. Ashley Flowers and Britt Praywat are taking their true crime podcast on the road in this once-in-a-lifetime live show. Crime Junkie, Life Rule Number 10 Tour. The beloved voices behind the #1 podcast are bringing their signature storytelling to Orlando with a chilling, never-before-covered homicide. Friday, April 18th at Edition Financial Arena. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Don't miss the Crime Junkie, Life Rule Number 10 Tour. Produced by Outback Presents.
Hey everybody, Jim Colbert here for my friends over at Life Imaging FLA. Man, I don't know about you guys, but I love that feeling I get when I do a friend or a family member a solid. And I feel like telling people about Life Imaging FLA is that solid that you can do for somebody. Because man, when I told my in-laws about this and they went to get the scan, I was like, look guys, you don't have to worry about any of this stuff. You don't have to take your clothes off. There are going to be no injections, no dyes, nothing like this. The entire process is going to take no time at all, and it's going to change your life. And I will tell you, standing next to my wife, when her mom called to let her know that their scans were perfectly clean, everything was fine, you could feel that pressure. You could just feel that lift. That's what Life Imaging FLA is all about. And if you want that peace of mind that comes with knowing inside everything's fine, get with these guys. It's easy to make your appointment. Be sure to ask about their cancer screening as well. Just pick up your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say the keyword free heart scan. That's it. That's all you have to do. Pound 250, say that keyword free heart scan. They'll connect you in seconds. It is time to take control of your long-term health care. You'll have the option to receive a one-time auto dial text message from iHeartMedia.
When you've been in a crash and your mind's racing.
When you've fallen in a store and are blaming yourself.
When you've been hurt at work and you don't know what to do.
Or if you've been the victim of a medical mistake, we've got you.
We've got what it takes to prove a case that the insurance companies can't ignore.
With decades of experience and a track record of winning for our clients.
Farah and Farah, Orlando.
Spring is here, the perfect season to give your aging roof the attention it deserves. Florida's highest rated roofer is here to help. Save up to $2,000 this season. Get started at jannyroofing.com.
Offer only applies on full roof replacement and expires May 31st, 2025.
Life looks pretty good behind the handlebars of a Harley, and that point of view is one that everyone agrees on. At Space Coast Harley-Davidson, we'd like to help you get some perspective on what's important. Right now, get 0% interest on select new 2024 Harley models. Get details at 866-826-9072 or spacecoastharley.com anytime. Ride the road and relax. Find your motorcycle and your soul at Space Coast Harley-Davidson.
So,
you finally have some time to yourself. Even if it is just the car ride home, it's you time. And look at you. Do not disturb set before you even got in the car? Impressive. You've earned this moment to just chill and drive. This break is brought to you by Target Zero and the Florida Department of Transportation.
This earful of Rail Radio is sponsored by RC Hill Mitsubishi, Highway 1792 in DeLand.
Do you have AC needs? Turn to the experts at Carrier. Go to millsair.com.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
Live from the JustCallMo.com studios. Got questions after an accident? Just call Mo. Visit JustCallMo.com or dial 1-800-CALL-MO. This is WTKS-FM HD1 Cocoa Beach, Orlando. An iHeart radio station. Make us the #1 preset on your car radio and on the free, new and improved iHeart Radio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. Someone's going to get offended. It's just the way the world works. So to hopefully save everyone a little time and or energy, here's this. The opinions that you hear are those of the host and callers, and not those of iHeartMedia, its management, or advertisers. You are now listening to The Jim Colbert Show on Real Radio 104.1.
That's right, guys. Here we go on a Friday edition of the Jim Colbert Show. Thank you so much for tuning in. We appreciate that, as we do every single day. And we do have a good program for you this afternoon. We'll get you caught up on what's happening in the world. Deb does that around 3:20 with JCS News. 3:45 at Sinker Sale. And another unbelievable Cohiba deal for you for Embers only. 4 o'clock, it's Primetime Kitchen with the buddy Fayez Carr. We'll find out what's good to eat in Orlando this weekend. The guys from Rosen drop by to talk about their Easter dinner coming up. 5 o'clock hour, it's Pick the Porn for trivia, questions, and answers, and prizes. We'll end it up with the Heard It Here first, plus your calls, texts, and talkbacks all day long. Welcome to the program. I am Jim. To my left, my very lovely and dangerous co-host, Ms. Deb Roberts.
Well, hello there.
Straight ahead, producer Jack Bradshaw.
Good afternoon.
407-916-1041. Text us at 77031. Find us easily on social, Instagram and Facebook at The Jim Colbert Show. On X, just at Jim Colbert Show. And all day, every day at JimColbertLive.com. That's where you can check us out doing our thing on YouTube. If you decide to do that, get into our chat room. We love that. That's where our question of the day will be. You can also give us a like and subscribe there. If you want to send us a talkback, that's easy as well. Grab that iHeartRadio app, go to Real Radio, and use that mic to send your comment over to Jack, and we'll get you on the air in no time. While you're there, please make us your first preset on the iHeartRadio app for sure. How you guys doing today? Friday for sure. Man, I had to pry myself away. I went up to the, my daughter was illustrated. Russ wrote a children's book. Russ Rollins from the Monsters wrote a children's book about his grandson, Emmett, and put a bunch of stuff that he's done in his life. And basically the whole thing was you can do whatever you dream you can do. That's the whole idea. That's kind of Russ's mantra, right?
Follow your dreams.
Yeah, just follow your dreams, right? And my daughter is the one who illustrated the book.
And she did a beautiful, beautiful job.
She did. Russ was cool enough to have her out to do signings and stuff today at their live gig at Puddle Jumpers in Tavares. I happen to live in exactly like 4.5 miles from where they did their thing today, so I drove over and took my book up and waited in line.
Good.
To have Russ and my daughter sign the children's book. And,
just real quick, did you ever in your life think you would stand in line to get a Russ Rollins autograph?
Oh, that's a good point, Jack.
I never thought I would, but I damn sure did. I had no problem doing it whatsoever.
That's awesome.
The one thing I had to do is pry myself away from that place because they were about to get loose. They had their broadcast, and then of course they had their luncheon afterwards. And they had an upstairs area. They had the entire thing to themselves. And the first person I see is the worst person to see, and it's Bo Rhodes with a pitcher of beer in his hand.
Oh boy!
And he's like, "Have a beer," and I'm like, "No, dude. If I have one, I'm calling in."
Right.
I'm
exactly.
like, I am not leaving this place. The weather was gorgeous.
Oh man,
it was absolutely beautiful right there on the lake there in Tavares, which is one of the. I'm telling you, I've got a list today of, well, it's not a list per se, but it's the great small towns in Florida. And it's a surprising list. It really is, because the ones that you think are going to be on there are not on there.
Yeah.
Mount Dora is not on there.
Yeah, I know. I checked.
Okay, but listen, those are the places, right? So it's under 25,000 people is what I think that was the qualification for for population. But man, if you haven't been out to Tavares, not only do they have a great crew of people out there that run that little town that really put on cool events almost all the time. It's right on the lake, great food, and the people who run it are awesome people. They really have paired up with us here at Real Radio to bring a lot of commerce out there, and we love them. It's been a really, really great experience. They do a good job.
And that's where it's fun, where you rent a boat or something
That's right.
in Mount Dora and just puddle it over to puddle jumpers.
Well, you could chain of lakes that entire thing there, man.
Awesome.
You could go all around that area out there and just hop from one little cool bar to the next on a pontoon boat. It's the greatest.
It is.
And then of course we know that Jack yesterday, because I told everybody. Jack went out to another day at Epic Universe, and I know that it was a limited ability for you to go out there, so that's why you took the day off to go out.
Absolutely, yeah. Their grand opening is actually May 22nd, so they're doing this friends and family thing. They did a media experience over the weekend, but prior to Saturday, you could not, if you went, which I did one time,
right? You
could not videotape or post anything about it. They had strict rules, and people were getting in trouble for shooting video and trying to post things. This past Saturday was the first day where people could record, and boy, did they!
Yeah.
Matter of fact, we have video on our Instagram, for that as well.
Very nice.
And there's a appetite for it because people want to see it. So I had a chance to go again yesterday, and what they have been doing this week is running these friends and family hours to 9 p.m. instead of 7 to kind of test. Everything's about a stress test.
Sure, yeah.
What can the park handle and what can it do?
Yeah.
And this was about seeing what it is like at nighttime and when it's all lit up, and it's pretty darn cool.
Is it really? Very cool. How long were you out there all day? I mean, were you out there all day?
Yeah, from 2 to 9.
2 until 9?
Yeah.
Wow, really?
Yes, sir.
Wow.
That's a long day.
That is a long day. Were you tired? I mean, because the weather was beautiful, right? It wasn't that bad at all.
The weather, yeah.
Any more
What's that?
Any more coasters?
Oh, yes. Did 3 new coasters. That the main one is, which is fantastic, is off of their Celestial Park. That's the park where you walk in and now I'm going to blank on the name. I knew I should have.
Oh yeah.
The Racers, not Starship Racers. It's oh God, I got.
Is it the Harry Potter thing?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, got it. Yeah, are you mad about it? Damn, I just asked you a simple question.
Yeah, I wasn't ready for an opening segment.
My bad. That's all right.
That's my bad. Yeah. So, and then I saw Handy John there as well. But each of the different lands has their own rides unique to them. I rode the roller coaster in the Isle of Burke area, which is actually How to Train Your Dragon.
Okay, good. Yeah.
I still haven't seen the movie. We went back. We rode the roller coaster. I did learn something about theme park rides, and I rode the coaster also in the Dark Universe area.
Oh, yeah, nice.
Theme park rides are 10 times better than you ever imagined them when you're drunk.
Oh, really? I would think it would be the exact opposite. I would think with all that alcohol sloshing around and a little buzz, like that would be a nightmare for me. I can barely I can't handle them even remotely sober.
Thank you, Texers. Stardust Racers
there you
is
go.
And so that's their big roller coaster, which is phenomenal. I rode it a week ago. We wanted to ride it in the dark. They had it shut down, hot set. They were shooting a commercial.
No way, really?
Yeah,
that's
so
cool.
We couldn't ride that then. Found a couple different places to get a really good Manhattan.
Nice.
1920s Paris.
Is that what you're drinking now?
Okay.
You've moved from Manhattan. I love this. Jack has been moving around the drink world. I like it.
I had the Espresso Manhattan in Atlantic, which is their high-end restaurant in Celestial Park. It's
so
beautiful, nice bar, great place to get a drink. Then I had the Old Fashioned in Harry Potter Land, which has this great bar that you kind of walk in, and it's just a beautiful bar. It's almost like an ice cream shop. You walk in, you're at the counter, you get your drink, you walk through, and then you're out again.
Oh, that's cool.
But that whole area is themed as circa 1920s Paris.
Damn, really?
Yeah, because it's based on the Ministry of Magic books, and Fantastical Beasts.
Yeah.
And so the Ministry of Magic theme is the theme of the ride that they have there, and it's just so beautifully done. This park, the restaurants, the food has been better than any theme park food I've ever had.
Yeah, that's great, man.
Ate a Pizza Moon, but just the decor on these places is just
too good, right?
Yeah.
And you're catching it when it's like brand new, so it hasn't gone through any of the thing yet. All the colors are still super bright. I mean, not that anything dulls out there, but you get the feel. You know what I'm talking about, right?
So I heard a tip. All
right, here's the tip.
Here's a tip, and I don't know if I'm supposed to say this.
All right, insider tip.
Okay, so Super Nintendo World.
Okay, yeah.
You come in, and just like, I mean, you imagine the video game of Mario, and he's doing his little thing, and that's what it's like. It's like you're in it, right?
Right.
You got Bowser's Castle. You got Princess Peach's Castle. All of it. It's all happening.
I know about all this stuff.
Okay. And it's, sensory overload. There's coins spinning everywhere. It's beautiful. However, I heard that the people from Nintendo came over and said, not bright enough. And you need to make it brighter. And they did.
Damn, really?
Yeah, they made it brighter. It's so neat. What's really neat about the 4 different parks, that Dark Universe, How to Train Your Dragon and the Potter area, is when you are in them, it's immersive, right? It's you are only in the Nintendo area. And it goes on to Donkey Kong. We rode the Donkey Kong ride. That was a lot of fun.
Is it a ride? Is it like a ride I could ride? God, I hate saying stuff like that.
Yes.
It's
so let me say.
Can my baby stomach handle it? Can my baby brain handle it?
For you, I'd say probably not on the Stardust Racers. That is
a little much.
Top level roller coaster.
Okay, very nice. I'll stay away from that one. I'm looking for stuff in the old
ones,
Men in Black, ET kind of world.
Yes. So, like the Men in Black, for you, that's going to be the Mario Kart ride.
Oh, nice.
Where you are in 4 people in a cart, and you, instead of having a gun, you have a visor.
Okay.
And that's connected to it, and you are wearing that, and you have to look at the items like in the Mario Kart game, and you're going through, and you have to hit the button on your steering wheel to shoot. So it's wherever you are looking at.
Oh, dude, it's like a VR thing almost?
Absolutely.
Wow, check that out.
Absolutely.
Any shows like the Monster Makeup show over at the park and stuff like that? The what used to be the Terminator, now is the Jason Bourne show, any of that stuff?
They have a show in the Potter area, which I hear great things about. I have not seen that yet in the Harry Potter area.
All right, very
They
nice.
have a show in How to Train Your Dragon, which I did see a week ago. That is fantastic.
God,
and it just the puppetry in that and the animatronics combined with the human performance is just a really good time.
Very cool.
Well done.
Strongly suggested. Jack Bradshaw, 5 stars?
Absolutely. If you could get in, I don't know how long. I figure, 5 stars. I figured I jumped on this chance to go again because I know it might be a couple of years before I get another chance to
Damn,
go.
that's crazy.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you got to go and give us a little heads up on it. That's awesome. I know the listeners out there are always looking forward to doing cool stuff like that. And, any little heads up they can get about that is good.
I shot over 130 pictures and videos.
Damn.
I am going to be putting them together in our Instagram. So if you follow Real Radio on Instagram, I'll be posting those things up there.
Very nice, buddy. Thank you for that heads up. I appreciate that. So today we have Primetime Kitchen. Fiaz is going to be in the Rosen Center's out there cooking right now. We can smell it through the hallway. Sinker sale today. We'll do embers only today as well. Pick the porn for prizes a little bit later. We also have the Search Your Ace Off contest that starts on Monday. We'll get your first clue on Monday. Is that right? First clue on Monday?
Correct.
First clue on Monday. I am hiding it tomorrow. The first 3 stanzas have already been written. And if you're new to this and you have not yet you have yet to experience the Search Your Ace Off contest, I go and I hide a container that has a certificate where Tools Ace Hardware is going to give you not only a free large big green egg, but a lot of the stuff that comes with it as well. It's a giant package.
And it's not only that. Thanks to Ray Trenley and our friends at TK Law, they've added a $2,500 estate planning package.
Have they really?
Yes.
That's unbelievable. Like, I had no idea. Did I know that?
Did you fall asleep in the meeting? I've told you this more than once.
So check it out, dude. A $2,500 family estate planning package as well.
Look at the copy I sent you.
Yeah, it's probably in there.
The total package is over $3,800.
Damn, dude, this is so awesome.
Matter of fact, but it's going to be Tuesday at 3 p.m. And the first segment of the Tuesday show on the 15th is when it's set for you to give the first set of clues.
Very nice. So
then each day at 3 o'clock, you will reveal more.
Yeah.
But if you want any details, we have it right now on our website, realradio.fm/ace.
Very nice.
And you can get the details
Very
that
nice.
you can't remember.
Yeah, I've been concentrating on just trying to figure out where I'm going to put it because
You haven't hit it yet?
Oh, yeah, no, I know where it's going, but I'm hiding it tomorrow.
Now people are going to follow you everywhere
They're
you
not
go.
going to follow me everywhere I go. I'm going to be in my wife's car, and nobody knows where this is. Nobody knows what she drives.
Okay, well.
Because she doesn't drive that anymore.
Really?
Yeah, she's got something different now. So
Wow,
gonna
I didn't even know that.
You're going to be doing that. So going to be fun, man. I love doing this. I love writing this poem, and I love making people go crazy trying to find this for in an hour or so. That's what's going to happen. It's going to be about an hour. Deb, you got some news for us?
Yeah, a crashed helicopter may have run out of fuel. In the meantime, a plane has crashed in Boca Raton, and say hello to the first ever Frankenjet. We'll talk about that and more coming up next during JCS News.
You got it. All right, let's take a little break. 407-916-1041. You can always text us at 77031. Back in a sec with Deb's News and more of the Jim Colbert Show.
You text us at 77031, and we say it on the air. Sometimes. We might even give you credit. Standard data and message rates apply. Real Mobile is powered by Orange Buick GMC and OrangeBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
Traffic slowing down on the ramp from I-4 westbound to State Road 408 eastbound, on I-4 between Sand Lake Road and State Road 535, and traffic starting to pile up on I-4 westbound through that World Drive area. There's slowdowns once you get off the ramp from Florida's Turnpike to I-75 northbound, and delays on the Greenway northbound over Lake Jessup Bridge. If you see traffic troubles, call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change traffic tip line at 866-676-8477. From the Traffic Center, I'm James Birmingham.
This report is sponsored by Verdict with Ted Cruz Podcast.
I'm Ben Ferguson. And I'm Ted Cruz. Tariffs everywhere. What does it mean? What will it do to the U.S. economy? Will it drive inflation? Will it bring jobs back to the U.S.? How will it affect the midterms?
We break it all down, so download Verdict with Ted Cruz wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your spring. Visit the Kennedy Space Center Visitor Complex. This is the only place where you can meet an astronaut, touch a moon rock, stand nose to nose with the real, actual Space Shuttle Atlantis, and so much more. You can launch into bold new territories this spring at the Kennedy Space Center Visitor Complex. Blast off and make your vacation the best out-of-this-world experience you can ever have. It is basically the story of NASA from the beginning days until right now, and it's hands-on. So much fun. Guys, take your family out. You will love the experience at the Kennedy Space Center Visitor Complex. I think just actually announced to be like the 7th most popular theme park out there. They're so good at what they do. You're going to love this place. Go to KennedySpaceCenter.com for tickets and more information.
It's never been done before. iHeartRadio and America's favorite TV show, Wheel of Fortune, come together for 1 week only. Music lovers from across the country play for incredible iHeartRadio experiences.
iHeartRadio Jingle Ball Concert.
Music Festival.
iHeartRadio Music Award.
And you can win too. Play along all week at WheelOfFortune.com, and you could find yourself at an unforgettable iHeartRadio event.
Start spinning. Good luck.
All this week.
iHeartRadio Week on Wheel of Fortune with me, Ryan Seacrest. Check it out.
Future health, weight loss.
Want to lose 10 pounds by next month? You need to go to futurehealth.com for easy, fast, and affordable access to weight loss meds like Ozempic, Zepbound, and pill options if you don't like injections. A new report proves Future Health users get 58% better results than meds alone, and with fewer side effects. We know you'd rather lose 45 pounds easily and keep it off than only 30 pounds by yourself and gain it all back. The meds eliminate hunger and cravings, while Future Health handles the rest. Easy. Plus, the best part? You don't need insurance. It's all done online with their licensed clinicians and fast pharmacy deliveries. Take the 3-minute quiz at futurehealth.com, get approved, and start losing weight this week. Visit futurehealth.com. That's futurehealth.com. Future without the E.
Future health, weight loss.
Data based on independent study sponsored by Future Health. Future Health is not a healthcare services provider. Meds are prescribed at provider's discretion.
Joe Rossi from Greenway Kia here. Tariffs are hitting the auto industry hard, but we're ready. We loaded up on brand new Kias across all 3 locations. Right now, they're in stock and tariff-free, with interest rates as low as 0% for 72 months. Plus, take $3,000 off any new 2025 Kia Sportage. We want to see you in a Kia. Visit greenwaykias.com.
Stock number SG292557. MSRP $30,840. Qualified applicants to the KFA. 0 down. $13.88 per thousand borrowed for 72 months at 0% APR financing. Plus tax, title, license. $8.99 dealer. $249.50 doc fee. Expires 5/5/25.
Spring is here, and Tools Ace Hardware is here to help with 11 locations with STIHL outdoor power equipment. At Tools Ace Hardware, we service what we sell, which means you can bring in your STIHL equipment to our stores for any repairs or warranty issues. Tools Ace is open 7 days a week with 1 to 2 day turnaround times on repairs and better pricing on labor than our competitors. Stop by for a tune-up on your equipment or take advantage of spring savings on lawnmowers, grass trimmers, edgers, and more. Shop for outdoor power equipment in-store or online at acehardware.com. Tools Ace Hardware, your local helpful place.
At Mayo Clinic in Florida, we are conquering the unconquerable. Our experts are leading the way with innovative regenerative medicines and biotherapeutics that can repair diseased, injured, or defective tissues and organs to help treat people with chronic medical conditions. We're making more possible at Mayo Clinic because every day we're doing what's never been done. Learn more at mayoclinic.org/possible. Mayo Clinic, you know where to go.
Now at Verizon, we're locking in low prices for 3 years guaranteed on my plan. And you can get a single line for just $45 a month when you switch and bring your phone. That's our best price ever on unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees, guaranteed for 3 years. Because at Verizon, we got you. Visit your local Orlando Verizon store today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Trust and Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will. How about right now? Trust and Will makes creating your will easy, like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust and Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 20% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
Johns Hopkins University has found that just mild hearing loss doubles your risk of dementia, so hearing loss isn't something to ignore.
But hearing aids are so expensive and ugly.
Not anymore. Meet Audian Hearing. You can get nearly invisible hearing aids without a prescription starting at $98 a pair, and they're ready to use right out of the box. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, and with over 1 million customers, Audian is easy to trust. Visit AudianHearing.com. That's AUDIEN Hearing.com.
The semi-annual event everyone waits for is here this weekend at International Diamond Center. Incredible savings across the board. Up to 20% off. Rings, bands, bracelets, earrings, pendants, plus thousands of designer engagement rings. Even all GIA certified diamonds are on sale. Acclaimed jewelry designers are here with all new collections. Save up to 20% and spread your payments over 3 years with 0 interest. 3 days only this Friday through Sunday, and only at International Diamond Center. Altamont Springs, Mall at Millenia, and Waterford Lakes.
GMC Sierra trucks in stock now at orangebuickgmc.com. We are professional grade.
Real Radio is on X at Real Radio 1041. Sponsored by the law offices of Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Have you been in an accident? Call the law offices of Anajar and Levine at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
You're listening to The Jim Colbert Show. By the law.
Oh, what to do, Colbert crew? You know who. Your favorite tea back and walking.
All right, welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show, Real Radio 104.1. Thanks so much for tuning in today on this beautiful Friday outside, a Masters Friday.
Oh.
Trembling with excitement.
Happy day for you.
Rory McIlroy went crazy today, if you're wondering. I will not say the score. I'll wait.
That's right. I think I had to turn off Teabag. I think he was about to give you Masters results.
Yeah. I'm watching it all morning. Trust me. I was streaming it on my phone so I could listen to it in my truck. Just like listening to people hit golf shots. That's how goony I am.
Wow.
That's bad news. I got
Golf
it.
on the radio.
I understand, dude. It's bad. I get it. All right, welcome back. I'm Jim. There's Jack. And Deb has your news.
It's time for JCS News.
Wow, does this guy got to put his name on everything?
It's in my contract, dude.
Here's the news on the Jim Colbert Show.
And JCS News is brought to you by that mortgage guy, Don. Give him a listen tomorrow morning when he's host of the Home Loans Radio Show. The NTSB is asking for patience as it investigates the deadly helicopter crash in the Hudson River. NTSB Chair Jennifer Homendy says work is still being done.
We also are aware that there are dive teams. The New York Police Department is still diving for components and pieces of the helicopter that we are still looking to recover.
It crashed yesterday while a family from Spain was touring New York City, killing a Siemens executive, his wife, their 3 young children, and the pilot. Homendy is asking the public to send in any still images or videos from the incident, and she added they're looking into the safety record of the helicopter company and the background of the pilot. Speaking of the helicopter pilot, there's a chance that the helicopter that crashed ran out of fuel. The owner of the helicopter tour company tells the Telegraph the chopper was heading back to base to fuel up right before plunging into the Hudson by Jersey City. CEO Michael Roth says the pilot radioed in to say he needed more fuel minutes before the crash that killed him and that family of 5 from Spain. But the company all behind the crash also has a history of incidents, apparently. Yeah. But the pilot was very experienced and had lots of flight hours, and the NTSB chair said, there was nothing that was flagged on the pilot yet.
Yeah.
All right. Meanwhile, Boca Raton fire rescue officials are offering more details on a small plane crash this morning.
We will at this time confirm there were 3 fatalities in the aircraft, and there was 1 injury on the ground, non-life-threatening.
Assistant Chief Michael LaSalle says a Cessna 310 twin-engine aircraft had, quote, mechanical issues, end quote, just before crashing to the ground near the Boca Raton airport around 10:30 this morning. The FAA says the plane had just taken off from that same airport en route to Tallahassee International Airport. It had earlier been reported that the plane crashed into a vehicle, but LaSalle says actually it was debris and possibly a fireball that struck the car.
A fireball, wow.
They think the driver may have driven through the fireball from the crash.
Good Lord.
That driver is the one who suffered non-life-threatening injuries. He was sent to the hospital. There were several road closures due to the crash. All right, 7 Florida counties are under a red flag warning, meaning there is a higher possibility of wildfires starting and spreading. You guys feel how dry it is out there today?
Yeah, and breezy, which is the worst case scenario.
Yeah, seriously. The National Weather Service issued the warning for Brevard, Lake, Orange, Osceola, Polk, Seminole, and Volusia counties. Let's just say all of Central Florida.
Right.
Through this afternoon until early this evening until 7 o'clock. Now, because of the low humidity, gusty winds, and dry vegetation, any fires that start will likely spread quickly. Outdoor burning is not recommended, so folks should also avoid open flames or sparks. Keep cars off dry grass and properly discard cigarettes. Jimmy, was it you that was talking about the landscaping video where the guy just
Oh, wait, it was edging a driveway.
Yeah.
It was edging a driveway with a metal edger, and the edger hit the concrete and caused a spark and set the entire front yard on fire.
It was crazy.
And it went from him edging to the entire yard being on fire in about 6 seconds.
Yeah, as it was racing toward the house.
And all it had to do was get that one spark. The grass was so dry, it was like tinder.
Right.
It was just like setting cotton on fire, and that's exactly what happened. It just immediately spread.
So that was a pretty freaky video.
Oh, yeah. And it just shows you how easy it is.
And how quick.
That's the thing, is how quickly that can happen and how easy it is. Especially if the breeze is blowing and you're driving through one of these areas that's kind of wooded. You throw your little cig out there, it catches. All it has to do is hit that underbrush and it's donezo.
Well, we need a law. Can we have a law when someone throws a cigarette out the window, you're allowed to get out of your car and throw it back in their car?
Oh, exactly. Yeah. And then send them to Knucklehead Island.
Yeah.
I mean, and the seriousness of that, in all seriousness, I believe the Table Rock fire in North Carolina was started by 3 teens smoking.
Yeah, walking up a trail and smoking, and they either flicked a joint off to the side because they saw a cop coming or something, and that's it.
That's it.
That's all
You
it
know?
takes.
It's the cops.
Yeah, and burned like almost all the mountain
Have
down.
you guys ever been part of a fire that kind of got out of? Have you ever done that? One time we had this happen on property, not here in Orlando, where we were burning some property, and all it takes is just a tiny little breeze, and it gets up into the pine trees, or it gets. That's all it takes, and it's much harder to put out than you think it is.
I stopped a forest fire when I was younger, a teen. Fireworks landed. It was a bottle rocket that landed and ignited some leaves in an entirely wooded area. I ran over and stamped them out.
Yay!
I deserve a medal. Good job.
Our hero.
Jersey's here because of Jack.
Don't ask who lit that firework.
All right, Orange County residents are getting a chance to share their thoughts on a new tax. The Transportation Mobility Advisory Committee, or TransMac, held a public hearing yesterday to get feedback on using a sales tax to fund Sunrail. I think that sounds like a great idea.
All right, I'm listening.
Better a sales tax than the taxpayers,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Mayor Jerry Demings has stated that he supports the tax. A member of the commission tells West 2 the hearings are just a starting point to see what the public's priorities are. Wait, let that sentence sink in.
Yeah.
The hearings are just a starting point to see what the public's priorities are. That felt refreshing.
Yeah.
Tourist tax, let's go.
Yeah. They want to find out what they can tell us they're not going to do next.
Yeah, good point. All right, an Orlando man is accused of attacking a female jogger. Tyler Jean Fate was arrested yesterday for battery and attempted sexual battery. Orlando police say he attacked the woman while she was jogging in College Park on Northumberland Ave. Apparently, this happened like around 4:20 in the morning.
Yeah, it's 4:30 in the morning. I was like, why does she? I mean, I know that people like to go early before work and get their workout and stuff in. More than likely, that's what was happening. But man, 4 o'clock in the morning running alone as a woman?
Exactly. He allegedly knocked her down and tried to overpower her, but she kicked and screamed until he ran away. She suffered minor injuries, but was able to make it home and call police. The OPD says Fate was just released from jail 2 months ago after he served time for battery on another woman last year.
He'd been sleeping in the area in College Park, like under trees and on benches and stuff. They kind of knew who he was. And they found him asleep, I think, didn't they?
I
thought they found him like in a grassy area, like passed out. I'm serious. Like you read the story, it's crazy. And the guy, when you see the guy's picture, you're like, oh yeah, that's a guy who attacks women at 4 o'clock in the morning.
Exactly.
He's got one droopy eye. You know that dude.
All right. The driver of a fire truck that collided with a Brightline train just days after Christmas has been relieved of his duties.
Has he now?
Yeah. Delray Beach City Manager Terrence Moore says driver engineer David Wyatt has been terminated by Delray Fire Rescue after an investigation by the city. In a statement, Moore says the train collision on December 28th was more than a traffic incident. He calls it, quote, a moment that tested the integrity of our public safety systems and shook the confidence of the community, end quote. No doubt. How often do you see fire trucks getting hit by trains?
Yeah, get out of here with that.
So Wyatt drove the truck, which was on its way to a call, into the path of an oncoming train. Back in 2023, Wyatt failed to complete driving school that was required after he drove his personal car onto a median and struck a tree. The city manager calls this a pattern of carelessness and poor judgment, end quote, and not an isolated error. All right, let me see what we got here. All right. Our next story said, hold my beer. A Polk County assistant principal is facing charges.
God.
You have this story?
I do for a little bit later, but it's fine. Just good. Just say it.
All right.
Just
yeah, say it, Deb. Say it.
I mean, we're going to talk about it either way.
Oh, yeah.
Say the news, Deb.
A Polk County assistant principal facing charges for alleged inappropriate behavior involving a student. The sheriff's office says the principal of Lake Marion Creek Middle School in Poinciana reported the incident involving 53-year-old Dr. Kiva Lark. According to police, Lark asked a 13-year-old boy to rub her feet after he was sent to the office for throwing a paper ball in a classroom during a test. Told him that she was helping him out for the days when he gets a girlfriend, so he'd know what to do. The boy also told investigators that Lark had called him, quote, sexy chocolate.
Oh my goodness!
End quote,
That's
while
the best part of
passing him in the hall.
That's the best part of the entire story.
Wait, He just rubbed her feet?
Yeah. That's the punishment.
He got sent to the principal's office for throwing this ball during a test in the class. He gets sent to the principal's office. She's in there and says, well, you have nothing better to do with your time. Rub my feet. And then she chastised him and told him how she wanted to be rubbed.
Mm-hmm.
And actually told him, rub my feet like you love me.
Oh my gosh, man! This is getting worse by the minute. I didn't see that part.
You didn't see that part?
No. I just heard the sexy chocolate or whatever.
Sexy chocolate, yeah. Rub them like you love me.
Keep going.
And that he was teaching. She was teaching him how to do foreplay for when he finds a girlfriend.
Good.
But did she call it that?
Well, no,
she did.
She is a teacher. She was teaching.
Yes, and she did admit that she may have crossed the line.
Yeah.
We talk about trying to bring back curriculum in the schools to teach better life skills.
That's right. This is one of them.
I think this would qualify.
Oh, just play hot for teacher.
Oh, yeah. You ask my wife, she would say, look, this chick needs to be promoted. A good foot rub gets you a long way in life.
Yeah, that is the truth. You're spitting bars there.
Yeah.
Larka is charged with lewd or lascivious conduct and lewd offense against a student by an authority figure. Also over on the Gulf Coast, the end is near for a longtime fixture in Pinellas County. If you've ever spent any time over on the Gulf Coast, you may have recognized the iconic Thunderbird Beach Resort.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, well, the owners have filed papers to demolish the landmark.
Oh, really? Yeah. It's about time.
It opened in Treasure Island almost how many years ago?
Oh, man. I'll go 70.
Right on the button.
Yeah.
Nailed it.
Yeah.
Almost 70 years ago, but last year's hurricanes Milton and Helene damaged it beyond repair. Oh, wait. The owners say they want to rebuild with the same heart, soul, and charm that guests have come to love. For many, the Thunderbird will always represent a special part of Treasure Island.
Treasure Island was great because it had all these little mom and pop, motels here, and it was, wasn't really built up like Madeira Beach got in the 70s. So, this is a sad day.
Yeah, the owners say they'll keep the neon signage and the welcoming atmosphere that has defined the Thunderbird for decades. Like you're just talking about recently, folks kind of going back to that small motel.
That's exactly it.
Experience rather than, some big, huge, multi-million-dollar resort.
Yeah.
Hey, some good news finally for Florida's citrus industry.
Nice.
What? A USDA report released yesterday shows farmers are expected to grow slightly more grapefruits, tangerines, and mandarins this season compared to the last one. Orange and lemon production expected to stay flat, though. The report comes as growers continue to battle citrus greening disease, storm damage. Florida Citrus Mutual CEO Matt Joyner says, but this report shows the resilience of the state's citrus producers. So that is good to see.
It is.
A new exhibition is celebrating Orlando's 150th anniversary. Mayor Buddy Dyer and other city leaders held a ribbon-cutting ceremony at the Orange County Regional History Center this morning to mark the opening of the Orlando Collection exhibition. It showcases the city's history and story through 150 curated objects. The exhibition was made in collaboration with community members and organizations and even includes the old hitching post.
Does it really?
That used to sit outside the Orange County Courthouse when folks would show up to court in their carriages and on their horses.
Damn, that's cool.
Isn't that cool?
Yeah, that is cool.
150 years.
Yeah.
Be able to check out the first city council meeting, the minutes from like 1838. It's pretty cool.
Great old bar out in Seminole County called the Hitching Post.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right.
Find yourself a truck there if you look.
We had just talked about this yesterday. New College of Florida in Sarasota said, okay, we're going to go ahead and postpone the scheduled appearance of controversial British comedian and actor Russell Brand. He was set to be interviewed tomorrow by school president Richard Corcoran.
It's like somebody's newspaper got delivered. Jeez.
As part of the school's Socratic stage panel discussion.
Good Lord.
Confirming the event is now off, a college spokesman told TMZ on Thursday, quote, "We look forward to welcoming Mr. Brand to campus at a future date under conditions that allow for thoughtful and topical engagement," end quote.
AKA after his court date.
The postponement comes... The postponement comes after rape charges were filed against Brand in the UK. He denies the allegations and is due in a London court next month. And then finally, the first ever Frankenjet is ready to officially join the U.S. Air Force. You know this story?
I saw the headline.
Oh, did you see the headline? Jack, did you see the headline?
I have not.
Okay, well, it was made at Hill Air Force Base in Utah out of parts from two wrecked F-35 fighter jets. In a news release, officials said it is now fully operational. Late last month, Frankenjet was flown back to Hill AFB and assigned to the 338th Fighter Wing.
Wow.
How do you feel about flying a fighter jet made from pieces of other crashed fighter jets?
And that's the one. I mean, the F-35 is I believe that's the shining star of our Air Force.
It sounds like a Johnny Cash song to me.
Yeah. But I think
where
they're
he builds a car one piece at a time.
I think like $100 million a piece or something like that. That's probably why they did that, right?
I mean, better to recycle, right?
Yeah.
Would you fly in it?
Hell no.
Wait, was Doge behind that?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Use the spare parts.
Dude, I think this jet can stop in midair. It's crazy. This is like a fighter jet that operates like one of those. I can't think of the name of the Harriers or whatever. I think is what it was called. Like it's the craziest thing ever. Remember when I told you I went to that air show and I said they shouldn't show that to anybody?
Right, exactly.
Like they literally should keep that thing secret. That's what I was talking about. That F-35. Like it shouldn't be able to do that. That thing literally can stop in the middle of the air. Seemingly.
Wow.
It's crazy. I'm serious. I was like, man, if I had one of those, I'd never show my adversaries that I had that kind of machine. I'd let them figure that out in war.
Right.
I mean, I'm not showing you the jet that we can U-turn.
Well, maybe we could just give them Frankenjet.
Yeah, maybe
hey,
so.
fly this and see if it works.
Yeah.
Either way, that concludes your JCS News.
All right, 407-916-1041. Text us, 77031. Up next is Sink or Sail and Embers Only. We'll do that right after this.
Get ready to text your vote for Sink or Sail. Coming up next on the Jim Colbert Show.
This weather report is brought to you by Mills Air.
Happy Friday, Central Florida. I'm Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Jessica Dobson with a check of your forecast. And for today, we're going to be expecting a mostly sunny and dry day with temperatures warming up into the mid-80s across the area. So a high of around 85 degrees today in Orlando. We do expect a cold front to sweep through late tonight, and that is going to give way to a couple of hit-and-miss showers, maybe a rumble of thunder or two, only a 20% chance of rain. Beautiful looking weekend, highs in the mid to upper 70s. From the Fox 35 Storm Team, I'm meteorologist Jessica Dobson.
This report is sponsored by Verdict with Ted Cruz Podcast.
I'm Ben Ferguson. And I'm Ted Cruz. Tariffs everywhere. What does it mean? What will it do to the U.S. economy? Will it drive inflation? Will it bring jobs back to the U.S.? How will it affect the midterms? We break it all down, so download Verdict with Ted Cruz wherever you get your podcasts.
Spring is here, and Tools Ace Hardware is here to help with 11 locations with Steel outdoor power equipment. You've seen it. You know this. Like when you see the landscaping trucks go by, you see that equipment hanging out there. It's like, orange and kind of creamy white. That's Steel. That's why they have it, because it's the best out there. And Tools Ace Hardware, they sell that and they service what they sell, which means you can bring in your Steel equipment to their stores for any repairs or warranty issues. And don't forget, Tools is open 7 days a week with 1 to 2 day turnaround times on repairs and better pricing on labor than their competitors. Stop by for a tune-up on your equipment or take advantage of spring savings with lawnmowers, grass trimmers, edgers, and so much more. Shop for power equipment in-store or online at acehardware.com. It's Tools Ace Hardware, your local helpful place.
The math ain't mathin'. RC Hill here. It's tax season and I'm freaking out. My accountant says I have too many 2024s and they must go. So right now, you could drive for just $10 down. So save your refund, because I'm paying way over appraised value for your trade regardless of miles or condition. And I'll even help you save up to $10,000 on a new Mitsubishi with a lifetime warranty. Plus at RC Hill Mitsubishi, we're all about affordability. So visit me to drive for just $10 down and save up to $10,000 on the award-winning 2024 Outlander Top Safety Pick 7-passenger SUV, or the Mirage, voted best priced new car in America, started at only $15,900 with rates as low as 0%. Plus, I've got over 200 certified used cars to choose from. But hurry, this deal's done once my accountant says I'm in the clear. I'm RC Hill, your car dealer next door. 2 locations, DeLand and Ocala. Visit me at rchill.com. That's rchill.com.
Credit and $10 down, require bank approval. Example, 2.9 APR for 60 months, $20 per month for $1,000 finance. Offer ends March 31st.
Save money on your electric every month. Call Solar Source. They have been my go-to for solar solutions. Trusted since 1984 with over 60,000 installations. I've saved thousands on my power bill since getting solar. You can save on your monthly power bill, and you can add a solar battery system to keep your house running when the grid goes down. Their systems add value to your home and cut energy costs. Plus, spring is the perfect time for solar heating your pool, making it usable year-round. They have a pay-as-you-go solar package starting at just $99 a month. Solar Source, the oldest and most experienced experienced provider. Find them at solarsource.com and tell them Jack from Real Radio sent you.
Life looks pretty good behind the handlebars of a Harley, and that point of view is one that everyone agrees on. At Space Coast Harley-Davidson, we'd like to help you get some perspective on what's important. Right now, get 0% interest on select new 2024 Harley models. Get details at 866-826-9072 or spacecoastharley.com anytime. Ride the road and relax. Find your motorcycle and your soul at Space Coast Harley-Davidson.
You don't know what you're missing until you see the difference. Imagine waking up and seeing clearly. No glasses, no contacts, just crystal clear vision. At the Filatowski Eye Institute, we make that dream a reality. Experience the freedom of life without lenses. Your best vision is waiting. Schedule your free consultation today with the Filatowski Eye Institute. Simply dial pound 250 and say better vision. That's pound 250, keyword better vision. You'll have the option to receive a one-time auto dial text message from iHeartMedia.
Mom and Dad seem different after a European-style holiday on MSC Cruises.
Call us Cloud and Yvette.
The ship had restaurants, shops, and nightlife.
La Galleria.
And of course, American touches, like an aqua park and a sweets shop.
American je ne sais quoi.
Mom, you're from Wisconsin.
Wisconsin, Kevin.
Book now and save up to 30% off, plus kids sale free. MSC Cruises. Let's holiday. To book, visit msccruises.com or contact your travel advisor. Restrictions apply. Ships registered in Panama and Malta.
From the very beginning, iHeart has believed in me.
Even now, I still get excited when I hear one of my songs playing on the radio.
Thank you, iHeartRadio, for honoring the truth I've fought for in my music.
Because we believe in the power of music. All your favorite artists, all in one place. The free iHeartRadio app.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Missed part of the show? The Jim Colbert Show on demand. Available on the free iHeartRadio app. It's time for Sink or Sail. If you think this song is yacht rock, text SAIL to 77031. If not, text SINK.
Okay, I had this request sitting around for a while. I finally got to it, played it this last Sunday. And this, without a doubt, is the tightest vote we've ever had for Sink or Sail.
Really?
On Captain's Log Radio.
Really?
Now people get to vote whether they think this song by the Cars is yacht rock or not. It's Drive.
Who's gonna tell you when it's too late?
This is a room divider, Jack.
It certainly was, judging by the vote on Sunday. Dead tie.
Really?
I can break that tie for you if you'd like.
Well, it was already broken on Sunday. It was
it
already
really?
broken. It was a sale by one vote.
No, it wasn't. Was it really?
It was one vote, Jimmy.
I know, but still, the reason I say
upset by that.
No, the reason I say it is because it feels like to me that this would have been sunk, like by a lot, because it's a ballad.
So I personally did not feel it was yacht rock, so it didn't get my vote. But I don't vote when I do it Sink or Sail.
Very nice.
However, when you text in SAIL or SINK, it automatically tabulates the totals so I can monitor it. If you misspell it, it does not count towards that selling because it's a computer. It's looking for the specific keyword, right? When you spell sale, SALE, it's not counting that. Oh. So I had a couple people misspell it, which gave it to the sales.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
See, it makes that big of a difference.
Why are you making that face? Don't you understand that you got to spell it right to count?
Yeah, but you said
it's a computer.
It just looks at the SI and then SA, but sale
No,
both versions start with SA.
No, it's not. It's looking at all 4 letters.
Okay, gotcha.
It's looking for the whole word.
Gotcha,
That's why it's important to spell it right.
Yeah.
Because people go, oh, if I would throw you off the boat if you were playing this. Well, that doesn't count as anything, because you didn't put the word sink.
But I think it does, though. In your heart, I think it does mean something.
Put it this way: the tabulator is not counting.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
However, this also, conversely, at any time during the week, if you text any of the shows on Real Radio and put the word sink or sail in your text, they're not going to see it because it's automatically going by.
Right.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That makes okay.
Yeah. This is a great.
Where are the votes?
This is a great song from a really, really underrated band. I mean, if you haven't listened to the Cars and you're out there a little bit younger and you're like, "Who is this?" Go listen to their other stuff because it is great. they were a really, really good band. This is a sink for me, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, sink
here.
for you.
Yeah.
Sink for Jack as well.
Too sad.
It was. Yeah.
What's it looking like here?
It's pretty close.
Well,
again.
right now we've got a Saul.
Yeah. We only have one here. That
Oh
says,
my! It's sailing.
Is it really?
It is.
Wow.
Oh, that's crazy to me. That's crazy that this would be considered yacht rock. This does not fit the template for a yacht rock for me at all.
It is definitely sailing right now.
I think maybe somebody typed Saul. That's so funny. Maybe it's just because I don't know. What do you think it is?
So it's slow. For me, you know what it is for me, and I have a problem when it's bands that I am extremely familiar with. I love the Cars. To me, it's rock and roll.
Yeah.
And I have a hard time seeing them as yacht rock. To me, I don't see the Cars as soft rock. That song,
it is.
That does qualify. But for me, I just have this impression of the Cars that I have a hard time putting into that category.
Same here, man. You know, and matter of fact, somebody said, and they said it the perfect way. Like, I love this song, and I don't want to sail it because I don't want it to be considered yacht rock.
Right.
Like, I don't want to throw it into that realm because it doesn't really fit that either.
Another texter says this is absolutely yacht rock.
Yeah. It's not. It's not rock. I mean, it's
not rock.
It's not yacht rock for sure. That's a good choice though, because that's a really tough decision. And obviously both of these votes were very close. Did we get a push?
Oh, yeah, we did. Yep. That big Jimmy fueled negative push at the end.
There we go.
It just
Over the top.
torpedoed it, and it sank.
Oh, man.
The voting's just...
I hate that I have that much influence over it. I want people to... this is just my opinion. I don't want people to change their opinion because they don't think I like it. I mean, it doesn't matter if I like it. What are you looking at?
I was looking to see who requested it. I keep it in my notebook for all the songs that people request.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Very cool. Well, it's
Cheryl. Thank you, Cheryl, for that.
It's a sinker here on the show, but a sailor there at the during the show, right?
Yeah, by one vote.
Very nice. All right, let's do it.
Right. I'm probably not going to play it again.
Please don't. All right, let's do members only.
Now, it's time to explore the world of cigars, spirits, and other things that make life worth living. This is Embers Only.
Embers Only brought to you by our good friends over at Corona Cigar Company. 3 of these beautiful locations here in Central Florida, downtown Heathrow and Sand Lake Road. If you're on the West Coast, they have one in Sarasota and in Tampa as well. You can always find them online at coronacigar.com. And if you go to one of the lounges here in Central Florida, you are in for a wonderful afternoon or evening for that matter. Just absolutely loaded up with these beautiful, comfortable chairs and the best selection of cigars in Orlando. Not even close, really. And one of the best selection of spirits in Orlando as well. And these are perfectly matched for that. Matter of fact, when you go in and find the cigar you want, they will help you pair something up with it so you can really sit and just enjoy an hour or so of just relaxing, enjoying your cigar, rolling through your phone, watching the world go by, whatever. I will tell you, if you haven't done that in your life, you haven't experienced that, do it at least once. Make this one of those.
Do it this weekend.
That bucket list thing where you can sit out front, whether it be downtown, whether it be out in Heathrow, whether it be on Sand Lake Road, and just kind of enjoy your smoke, nice little sipping drink, and just like I said, just kind of take some time to yourself. There's nothing in the world like it. One of the reasons I fell into love with the idea of this is because of that. Like this afternoon, when I had this cigar, I went downstairs and I sat there for like 40 minutes just watching the Masters and enjoying my cigar on my, just on my phone. It was great, very relaxing, and especially with this cigar because it's super tasty. Not to mention the people there are awesome. They'll guide you toward exactly what you want. They have everything you need as well: humidors, lighters, cutters, ashtrays. It's all there. It's coronacigar.com. Love these guys. guys, you will as well. All right, here we go. Cigar of the week is the Cohiba Macassar Gigante. Now, if you'll remember, we featured these Cohiba Macassars last month. We did the Corona last month. The Gigante is this big one. It's a big old cigar. But it is one of the most beautiful boxes you'll ever see. It's got that tiger mahogany or whatever it is, that African wood that is really rare as the box. It's so beautiful. But this cigar is next level. It is so delicious. And I got to tell you, man, it's not too strong. And usually when you look at a cigar like this, because this wrapper is like, it's a nice Connecticut broadleaf wrapper with Dominican and Honduran or Dominican and Nicaraguan fillers. What a great blend. And they aged this tobacco in rum barrels for 4 years.
Wow.
So what you get is you get this beautiful flavor. It doesn't even it's so weird. It doesn't even have the flavor of the rum. But what it does kind of have is not molasses by any means, but it does have that flavor like that. That it's
kind of caramel.
Yeah, it's kind of odd, but it's so great. Wonderful flavor. You get a lot of cedar and white pepper in there. A lot of coffee kind of flavors in there. Just a beautiful smoke. You're going to enjoy it. It's a box of 10 cigars encased in this ebony Macassar hardwood case. Really beautiful smoke. And for this price, you can't beat it. These cigars normally are $351 for 10 cigars.
What?
$35 a piece. How do you like a half price deal on this? 54% off, now selling for $159.95.
Oh, I think they did that just for Masters Weekend.
An unbelievable deal. It's the Cohiba Macassar. That's Macassar Gigante. That is your cigar of the week. And I will tell you guys, when you have one of these, you are going to lose your mind. Mild to medium. I think it smokes more medium. They actually say it's more mild. I don't agree with that. This is a top shelf premium smoke. You're going to enjoy every single draw. Every one. You will not want to put the damn thing out. You want to smoke it down to the label and then eat the rest of it. It's that damn good. So try it today. It's the Cohiba Macassar Gigante at only $159.95 a box. That's 54% off, and it is your cigar of the week. Big thanks to our guys over at Corona Cigar Company. We love these guys. coronacigar.com.
Also, big thanks to our friends at Core Flooring Center, sponsoring Sink or Sail. That's our buddy Corey. And if you need flooring, that is who you need to speak with. You find him online at coreflooringfl.com. He's in Winter Park, services all of Central Florida, but he is guaranteed he will beat any price you find. He did 2 rooms in my home. Absolutely love it. Expert installation, top quality work, lifetime installation warranty, as a matter of fact. And proceeds of all sales get a donation to Save a Pet Rescue. Core Flooring. Great person, great people, and a great product. Check them out online at coreflooringfl.com.
All right, 407-916-1041. Text us at 77031. Our buddy Fayez Carr is up next with Primetime Kitchen. Let's find out what's good to eat and drink this weekend in Orlando.
Bill Radio wants to make your dream home makeover a reality. Enter today for your chance to upgrade your home in several different ways. All brought to you by Fairwinds Credit Union. Get the details at realradio.fm/contests.
From the Clausman Law Traffic Center, car crash, call Clausman Law. ClausmanLaw.com.
The right lane's blocked on Colonial Drive westbound at Hiawassee Road. Traffic's starting to slow down on I-95 near I-4. There's delays on the Greenway northbound over Lake Jessup Bridge, and traffic's starting to pile up on I-4 westbound through that World Drive area. If you see traffic troubles, call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. From the Traffic Center, I'm James Birmingham.
This report is sponsored by Verdict with Ted Cruz Podcast.
I'm Ben Ferguson.
And I'm Ted Cruz. Tariffs everywhere. What does it mean? What will it do to the U.S. economy? Will it drive inflation? Will it bring jobs back to the U.S.? How will it affect the midterms?
We break it all down, so download Verdict with Ted Cruz wherever you get your podcasts.
Current real estate markets are a very local thing, guys. That's right. Trends are extremely local here in Central Florida. If you have a home, you're sitting on a great piece of property, your asset. That's your biggest one. You want to make sure you have the right people to move it when you decide to make that move. And if you want to do that, you got to get with the Nickley Group. These guys are awesome, like SEAL Team 6 for real estate. These guys are great. Here's why. They have this VIP program, and when you're a part of it, you get some cool stuff. Free appraisals, free home warranties, free moving trucks and supplies. They even have a
love it or leave it guarantee that if you're not satisfied with your purchase within the first 12 months, they will relist your property for free. And if you go to their website, it's like the best tool in the world for real estate. You can get a guaranteed cash offer from their website right there on your home. No showings, no open houses, and you could close that deal in as little as 14 days. Maybe you just kind of are thinking you want to make a move, but you're not sure how much equity you have in your home. Go to their website. They can give you instant home value that's based on current local market data as well. It's the NickleyGroup.com. That's NICKLEY Group.com.
Do you hear that? That's the sound of over 40 Greenway dealerships vying for your car when you trade it in at Greenway Kia. When dealerships compete, you win. We're offering as much as $10,000 over Kelley Blue Book for your trade. Curious what your trade's worth? Check it out now at greenwaykias.com. We want to see you in a Kia. From Greenway Kia, with 3 area locations to serve you.
All factory rebate to dealer, negative equity refinanced.
This is big. Rent-A-Center's biggest discount is on. From April 6th to April 12th, take 50% off the total cost to own on all items in-store or online, only at Rent-A-Center. 50% off offer reduces the total amount necessary to acquire ownership pursuant to rental purchase agreement. Offer valid on new agreements entered into April 6, 2025 through April 12, 2025. Participating locations only.
It's a wild party. Brews Around the Zoo, presented by Wayne Dench is back from 5 till 9 p.m. April 12th at the Central Florida Zoo. Enjoy 35 craft beers, wines, and seltzers, and live music. Early admission and VIP get in at 4 p.m. Visit centralfloridazoo.org for tickets.
Total Wireless is made to totally keep up with you. We have unlimited data that never slows you down, covered by the Verizon 5G network, and all for less than $30 a month when you get 4 lines. And the best part, we give you a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G when you switch to the 5G Unlimited or 5G Plus Unlimited plan. Visit your local Total Wireless store today. Total Wireless, we're totally with you. Actual speeds may vary by location. For data management practices, see TotalWireless.com.
Join Jim Colbert on The Jim Colbert Show for his Cigar of the Week segment every Friday afternoon at 3:45. You can pick up these featured cigars at all 3 Corona Cigar Company locations, Dr. Phillips, Heathrow, and downtown. Learn more at coronacigar.com.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Here in Orlando, we know life doesn't slow down for anything, especially a broken garage door. Since 2002, Precision Garage Door has been proudly serving the Orlando community. Local and reliable, that's what makes them different. Their vans are fully stocked, so when you call, their fully vetted techs are ready to provide you with same-day service. Whether it's a stuck door or a snap spring, they have you covered right when you need it most. We know a broken garage door can't wait, which is why we're always prepared to help by keeping our vans fully stocked. Call Precision Garage Door today or visit them online at PrecisionGarageDoor.com. Precision Garage Door. Garage doors done right. Mills Air in business since 1992. That's over 30 years here in Central Florida. They're not going anywhere. Carrier factory authorized dealer. You can always turn to the experts at Carrier. Equipment changeouts and upgrades right now with up to $1,275 in rebates. Visit millsair.com.
International Diamond Center's biggest event of the year is this weekend. Save up to 20% off rings, bands, earrings, and more. Up to 3 years, 0 interest financing. This weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Only at International Diamond Center. Altamont Springs, Mall at Millennia, and Waterford Lakes.
Eustace Roofing. New roof, no mess.
If you want your windows there in weeks, pick up the phone and just text Reese.
Broadcasting live from the JustCallMo.com studios. Need help after an accident? Just call Mo. Learn more at JustCallMo.com or call 1-800-CALL-MO. This is WTKS-FM HD1 Cocoa Beach, Orlando, an iHeart radio station. Make us the #1 preset on your car radio and on the free new and improved iHeart radio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free? Never sounded so good.
Do 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 you do do you do do you do 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 you do do you do do you do.
You're listening to the Jim Colbert Show.
Why don't you join the group? It's better than being a party poop.
That's right, guys. Time for another Primetime Kitchen here on Real Radio 104.1 of the Jim Colbert Show, brought to you by our good friends over at Tools Ace Hardware. Our buddy Fayez Cara is waiting in the wings from the Orlando Weekly. He is the restaurant critic over there. We'll find out what Fayez has to offer for us this week here in a sec. First things first, Tools Ace Hardware's got you covered, man. It's spring. It's time to do all the outdoor stuff. And, of course, Tools has everything you need, from paint to garden tools to mulch to soils, everything you need to get your house ready for the summer and for your spring cleaning. These guys are great, and they do have the steel centers where you can go and get your steel equipment worked on. I just got 2 of my chainsaw blades sharpened. They're awesome. You're going to love these stores full up of everything you need for your outdoor patio, grills. It's all there. It's toolsacehardware.com. Find yours at toolsacehardware.com. You guys good and loud for our man, Mr. Fayez Cara.
Yay! Woohoo!
Thank you.
Thank you. Grazie. Yeah, what's going on, buddy? How you doing?
I'm good. I'm watching the Masters.
You should be watching the Masters.
Yeah.
You should.
There's evidently a Canadian that's very high up, so I'm watching him.
There are a number of good Canadian players. I mean, Mike Weir.
Oh, yeah.
Mike Weir's won it before. He's Canadian.
Remember Mike Weir? I like Mike Weir because he's a lefty like me. I'm a lefty golfer. So
I had no idea that. You mean lefty or lefty?
Lefty.
Damn, good. I was talking politics.
Liberal as well.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, both.
Everyone from Canada.
Very good. Well, Fayez is the restaurant critic for the Orlando Weekly, has been for many, many years. You could read his stuff right there at orlandoweekly.com. He has a little column called The Tip Jar. That's where he kind of rolls back all the stuff happening in Central Florida, all the happenings. You can get caught up in that. Just one quick paragraph. Also, you can find out some of the good stuff to eat, some of his reviews, all right there at orlandoweekly.com. Speaking of reviews, let's start with that, buddy. What you got for us today?
So it's a restaurant called Talay, Talay, and it's from the same owners of Isan Zap. And Isan Zap is it's an invigorating style of northeastern Thai cuisine that's down by the Millennium Mall. But Talay focuses primarily on seafood, and it's located right there at the North Quarter. It's adjacent to Reyes Mescaleria, and it's an absolutely beautiful space. It's it's got that Japandi design, or what I like to call, seeing this is a Thai place, a Thailandinavian design, I guess. But it's a beautiful space, and I want to talk about the good things they have there. The Jumbo River prawn, which is grilled, and it's served with this relish, this very addicting relish that's made from, cilantro and garlic and lime and other citrus. It's so good. The Penang scallops. The scallops are good, but it's the actual Penang curry itself. It just drinks like soup. It's glorious. The roti with green curry, that's a very popular dish. I think it's suitable for all palates. The Thai fried rice with shrimp as well. And then there's a dish called Hormok Talay, Hormok Talay. And it's essentially mixed seafood that's sort of caked in this red curry custard, and it's served inside a coconut shell, and it's very Instagram friendly. And if people are watching on YouTube right now, they can see a picture of that actual dish there.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah.
But some people in my party, they couldn't quite get used to that custardy texture on the seafood. It very much grew on me. I ended up eating it pretty much all myself. But it's one of those dishes that may be polarizing. Some people will absolutely love it, and some people will say, I'm not sure about this custardy texture with seafood, but I personally would encourage people to give it a try. There are some dishes there that were, we just couldn't really. We're a little baffled by, put it that way. There's a signature dish, which essentially is an omelet, a Thai-style omelet that has a little bit of fish sauce in there, and it's topped with crab. Pretty simple. It's something I think pretty much everyone listening could make at home, but that was a little baffling. The mango sticky rice that comes both in cocktail form, which was very cloying, and in dessert form as well. And that unfortunately was a bit of a fail because the mango was unripe and the rice was a bit gummy. But more so, there's an issue there with the staffing. They are so short-staffed that I felt simultaneously bad for and in awe of this bartender when I went the second time. I mean, she did everything. She was like mixing drinks. She was clearing tables. She was greeting guests. She was like, bringing out food, and she was doing it with a smile on her face, which I was just amazed by. I mean, give this woman a raise, but more so give her some help, because when we went the first night on Saturday, it was a Saturday night. The server came, gave us our food, and then never came back. And we wanted to get dessert, but we thought, you know what? I think we better
just take off.
Yeah, just take that. That would be the smart play here. Just like leave and then come back at a later date, which of course I did.
And that's a shame, buddy, because the space looks beautiful. Jack has a picture of it up right now. The one from the weekly. He has it on our YouTube feed if you want to check that out at JimColbertLive.com, and it looks gorgeous.
It's gorgeous. It's an absolute gorgeous space, and I think for the most part, the food is very much in keeping with the gorgeosity of the space. I think there's some dishes there that need a little work, but they have that pedigree. They have the pedigree of Isan Zap, which has been mentioned in the Michelin Guide, and a lot of people who are very much into Thai food flock there to Isan Zap, and I guess I was kind of expecting that level of food, and it wasn't quite there. So I would maybe give it another month or so until they get their staffing issues down, and maybe tweak the menu a little bit, because it is a pretty big menu. But for the most part, favorable review. I would encourage people to go. It's gorgeous. And the other thing is that there's a speakeasy when you enter. If you're looking at on YouTube right now or on Jim Colbert Live, that's the entrance right there. But just to the left is this door that leads to a speakeasy called Noir Bar. So you can check out 2 venues in one visit.
Yeah, you told us Noir was pretty cool too. I remember you mentioning that last week.
Yes, exactly. We were talking about that last week.
All
It's
right.
a very moody, dark sort of bar.
Yeah. So if you're a vampire, and,
You're like Jim, moody and dark.
If you're a vampire with a penchant for Penang, that is the place to go.
All right, it's called Talay. That's Talay, and it's down there on North Orange Avenue next to Reyes Mezcaleria, or in that area there. So don't forget about that. All right, so let's move on to wine bar openings.
Right. So the Imperial on Park, and that is John Washburn's bar, the man behind Washburn Imports there in Ivanhoe Village. So they've finally opened up Imperial on Park in Winter Park. I believe the address is 136 South Park Avenue, I think. And it's where the old Parkview used to be. And in addition to like wine and craft beer, Washburn's business partner is Drew Weisner, who used to be the executive chef at Dexter's in Thornton Park.
Oh, wow.
So they're offering...
And that place was legendary for the longest time, man. That was the stomp for Winter Park forever down there.
Yeah, and John Washburn decided to snag him for Imperial on Park. So they're offering a full lunch and dinner menu. So they just opened yesterday. I haven't gone yet, obviously, and but it just opened. People should check that out. And then on Tuesday, Lorelei Wine Bar is going to open at 737 North Thornton Avenue in Mills 50. And Lorelei is by Arthur Booth and Julian Burgos, who also run Death in the Afternoon in Mills 50, Suffering Bastard up in Sanford. And the menu, in addition to all they have like cool and exciting wines and fun and delicious wines, quote unquote. They also have a menu by Eric Norvellis, who's the chef at Death in the Afternoon, a series. They're just going to be serving small plates. So I think they had a bunch of preview dinners for friends and such, but they open on Tuesday. So check them out as well.
Very nice. And so I actually pre-heard the information about Shula's, but what's going on with Shula's Steakhouse?
Right, so Shula is getting is being punted, as it were, from the Walt Disney World Dolphin Hotel, and it's been there forever. It's been there for 25 years. Shula Steakhouse. I haven't been there in a really, really long time, but it was sort of like an institution steakhouse down there by the attractions. But it's going to be replaced this summer by Bourbon Steak, and Bourbon Steak is by celebrated chef Michael Mina. He's won a James Beard Award. He's earned Michelin stars. I think he has close to like 30 restaurants all over the world, and it's a pricey steakhouse, as you would expect. And I heard, I have like sources everywhere, Jim.
Yeah.
And I heard that they kind of gave Shula's the Boot because they wanted to get a Michelin star for bourbon steak there at the hotel. So whether that'll happen or not, who's to say? But yeah, if you want to check out Shula's Steakhouse, I believe they're taking their last reservation June 14th.
Yeah.
I believe is our last reservation. And speaking of Michelin, that the Michelin guide will be announced April 17th next week. So I'm sure we'll be talking about that next Friday because they actually invited me to attend the ceremony.
Yeah,
the
yeah.
fools.
Yeah,
So I'll go and try not to get poisoned.
You gonna tell them exactly how you feel?
Oh no.
Yeah, you can't
No,
do that.
I'll talk about it on the show on Friday.
Right, get their food first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't wanna get poisoned.
And I think there's another Shula's up in Seminole County, is there not? Isn't there
Yeah, I
Shula's up
believe
in
it's
Lake
called-
Mary? Or
Yeah, it's
or-
called Shula's. I think it's called 347.
Yeah.
Grill 347.
Yeah, like in
I think.
Heathrow or something like that. Yeah, I
That's
believe-
just a number of wins.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah,
That's the number
for
of
sure.
wins. Yeah.
All right, are you ready?
Oh, I'm ready. Look,
You
I
are
didn't
ready?
even shave and
Yeah,
everything.
you're
I'm very unkempt.
Really, this I don't. I got to tell you, I don't. I didn't put a little thought in this one today. So I want to make sure that you, that you are going to be okay, so that we can continue forward and have a friendship after this.
Wow,
Friendship.
This is weird.
Yeah. So you're just walking down you're just in College Park. You're just walking around. You just actually came out of a spot there in College Park that you enjoy. And you were doing a review of it. Just so happens I was coming out of a place as well, and I see you there. So I walk up to you and I shake your hand, ask you how things are doing. We have a nice cordial conversation. Everything's great. And then I elbow you in the bridge of your nose and you pass out. Then
It's a big nose.
Yeah. I
Big
grab
target.
I grab you by your feet and I hog tie you across the front of my truck as if you were a deer in my hometown.
Aw, a deer.
Then I drive you to the nearest parking lot as fast as I can, slam on the brakes, and throw you off the front of my truck, and then have you roll to a stop. And I run over, slap you awake, and say, "Take me to a great cup of coffee."
Oh,
where can I get a great cup of coffee? I know of one place, but you know the secret places. I know Lineage. For me, Lineage is like one of the best cups in town.
Yeah, you can't go wrong. I know that's one of your favorites. The Lineages and the Foxtail, on Orange Avenue in Winter Park, by the way, because they have a full roastery and a slew of beans. Not every other Foxtail that you see. I know Jack likes Rosso there in Longwood.
Yeah, Rosso's good, man. I have to tell you, have you been out there?
I have,
dude. Yeah. Rosso's great. I'm telling you, man.
The lines, holy God, the lines there.
I'm so glad that that's happened to them because they were like, I mean, that place was like, because it was that Japanese coffee company before that, and then Rosso's came in, and it's such an odd location for a coffee shop up there in kind of Longwood, and not really near anything really that would bring any business in. But it is such a nice, quaint. It's like an old house from like the 30s or 40s that they've turned into this little coffee shop. And I will tell you, their pastries there, and I don't know where they sourced them from, but their pastries are amazing there, and they make a damn good cup of coffee. I love that spot.
Yeah, it's good. I as you were rambling on, I was trying to think of other coffee joints
by design.
And one that came to mind is this place called Stemma, which is right downtown. It's on Orange Avenue. I can't remember what the address is, but it's run by this mother and daughter. They're like fourth generation coffee farmers, and they actually have a coffee farm in Nicaragua. So they're literally sourcing their own beans to make in their coffee shop. Stemma. Check them out. And then I also thought of Koss in Maitland. It's sort of like a Scandinavian coffee shop, and they're also a micro roastery, and they're getting single origin beans, and they do a great job. There's a couple of new ones that I thought I'd mention as well. One is called Blackfin, Phin, and there's another one called Somo Tea, and they specialize in Vietnamese Fin coffee, and Fin coffee is using those stainless steel filters to make the coffee. Yeah, so they specialize in that. And Blackfin, they're both in Winter Park. I want to say Blackfin is inside the Lombardi Seafood in the old Lombardi. Yeah. So they're inside there, and Somo Tea is like the Aloma Forsyth area, and And then another one that just came to mind is this place called Miriam Coffee Shop, and that's on Rosalind. And they're a Yemeni coffee shop, because Yemen was evidently the birthplace of coffee. And a lot of people think it's Ethiopia, and I think there's still some controversy because people say that the Yemenis were the first ones to cultivate it, but the beans came from Ethiopia. Anyway, they do like this traditional Turkish coffee that's heated up in sand.
Yeah, dude, that's crazy.
Yeah.
You see that stuff on Instagram, and they put it in that hot sand, and they warm it up a little bit.
Hot sand.
It's so cool.
Yeah. It is cool. So, and there's going to be like a few others that are very much like this. One is called Jabber, I think, and the other one is called Haraz, and they're going to be opening up in the city. So I think you might see more of these types of coffee joints opening up in town.
Damn, dude, you should do a feature on that. That's pretty badass. I mean, as important as coffee is to people, you should do a feature on all the great coffee shops. I had no idea that half of those existed, dude.
There's so many. Oh my God, I'm leaving. I'm sure I'm missing a bunch out. Maybe the listeners will have some input. But yeah, there are so many good coffee joints in town that it's hard to keep them straight, to be honest.
That's amazing, dude. You should do that. You should do a feature like that. I'm telling you, I would be fascinated to read about that, like a little coffee guide across Central Florida. That'd be badass.
I'll do one for you.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. You guys give it a. You can find him at OrlandoWeekly.com. And, of course, where can they find you on social, buddy?
Find me on Instagram at itsfayazkara, ITSFAIYAZKARA. You'll see all the food pics that I posted of Talay and all my news and all the reviews and everything there.
You're the best, man. Give it up good and loud for Fayazkara, guys.
Yay!
See you, buddy. Good job, man. 407-916-1041. Take a little break. Our friends from Rosen are here to tell us about their Easter dinner. We'll do that right after this.
Thanks for joining us for Primetime Kitchen, brought to you by our friends over at Tools Ace Hardware. Look, guys, when you're dialing in your backyard for those special days, Tools has you covered with the best grills out there, Weber, Traeger, and, of course, Big Green Egg. All the accessories you need, all the smoking wood you need, rubs, marinades, everything to make that outdoor experience amazing. You know, those family experiences are extremely special. Make sure you're doing it right with one of these great grills from our friends over at Tools Ace Hardware. With 11 locations in Central Florida, chances are you're right around the corner from your next dream grill. Find yours today at toolsacehardware.com.
Traffic slowing down on the Turnpike in the Osceola Parkway area. Stop and go traffic on I-4 through that Champions Gate area. And there's slowdowns on the Greenway northbound over Lake Jessup Bridge. Look out for a crash on Colonial Drive at Hiawassee Road. There's an accident on US 1792 near Colonial Drive as well. If you see traffic troubles, call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. From the Traffic Center, I'm James Birmingham.
This report is sponsored by Rapid Radio.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies offering national LTE coverage and no subscription ever. A great alternative to a mobile phone for your kids. For a limited time, go to rapidradios.com and you'll get 60% off. Free UPS shipping. Add code radio and get an extra 5% off.
Hey, everybody, Jim Colbert here for my friends over at Life Imaging FLA. Look, man, as you roll through all your photographs in your phone, you see all those wonderful times you've been having, like birthdays and graduations and Christmas and Thanksgiving and Easter's coming up. All those wonderful times with friends and family, all those giant smiles. Don't you want as many of those as you can possibly get in the one lifetime? I know I do. That's one of the main reasons my wife and I went to Life Imaging FLA. And we also suggested that her parents go to Life Imaging FLA. And I suggest you tell everybody that you think is in that time of their life when they need to really take care of their long-term health care to get over there. This heart scan can save your life. It's that simple. You want that calcium score of 0, and you can find out exactly how your heart's doing with that scan from Life Imaging FLA. Remember, there are no dyes. You don't take your clothes off, and the entire process really only takes a few minutes. So don't wait. Do what I did, what my wife did, what my in-laws did, and so many people in Central Florida are doing. They're calling Life Imaging FLA. Get that free heart scan, just a few minimum requirements. It is a $699 value, and while you're there, please ask about their cancer screening as well, because early detection does save lives. Simply pick up your cell phone, dial pound 250, and say that keyword free heart scan. That's it, pound 250, say the keyword free heart scan. You'll be connected in seconds. Make that call today and take control of your long-term health care. You'll have the option to receive a one-time auto-dial text message from iHeartMedia.
Need help navigating your will or trust? Visit onefirmforlife.com today for your free consultation.
Can you trust your home flooring needs to a 17-year-old kid that was in the paint department yesterday?
No!
Deal directly with Corey, the owner at Core Flooring. He'll beat anyone's price guaranteed. Core Flooring in Winter Park. Online at coreflooringfl.com.
You don't know what you're missing until you see the difference. Imagine waking up and seeing clearly. No glasses, no contacts, just crystal clear vision. At the Filatowski Eye Institute, we make that dream a reality. Experience the freedom of life without lenses. Your best vision is waiting. Schedule your free consultation today with the Filatowski Eye Institute. Simply dial pound 250 and say better vision. That's pound 250, keyword better vision. You'll have the option to receive a one-time auto dial text message from iHeartMedia.
International Diamond Center's biggest event of the year is this weekend. Save up to 20% off rings, bands, earrings, and more. Up to 3 years, zero interest financing. This weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Only at International Diamond Center. Altamont Springs, Mall at Millennia, and Waterford Lakes.
This little piggy wasn't affected by the market. This little piggy had protected funds. This little piggy locked in college costs. This little piggy had a 1-year plan. And all the little piggies went wee to college land.
Before you know it, those tiny feet will be off to college. Save the smartest way with a Florida 529 prepaid plan. Unlike a regular savings account, the funds are dedicated and guaranteed to cover tuition costs. So when they're ready to go, you are too. Prepaid plans start at $29 a month. Open enrollment ends April 30th.
Hey, it's that mortgage guy, Don. Good news if you're considering a reverse mortgage. Rates have improved again this week. Get a same-day quote at thatmortgageguydon.com.
Why go to just another sports bar when you can go to Crush Yard? The food, amazing. The drinks, top shelf. Craft beers, a gajillion of them. And then the big surprise, pickleball, all indoor on pristine new courts. So that's it, right? Wrong, because we've also got ping pong, cornhole, and a full arcade for the kids. So, Kissimmee, when the temps rise, cool off with the best food, games, and fun at the hottest new spot in town. Visit crushyard.com and follow us on social for details. See you down at the yard.
Hi, I'm Susan, and I'm a school teacher, and my husband is a firefighter. One day, we got the worst call of our lives. Our son was in a serious accident. We heard Glenn Klausman on Real Radio and called him to help. Mr. Klausman genuinely cared about our son and fought multiple insurance companies to get us a great result. We could reach him 24/7 on his cell phone. Mr. Klausman was our guardian angel.
I'm Glenn Klausman. Contact me at klausmanlaw.com. That's KLAUSMAN law.com. Office, Winter Park.
Want a big green egg? For the lowest price anywhere, go to Wassy's Meat Market. They'll deliver and set up your big green egg so that you'll be cooking before they leave. Follow Wassy's Meat Market on Instagram or go to the website, wassysmeatmarket.com, for your big green egg today.
Military veterans and active duty service members, you could become a certified cyber warrior with just 12 weeks of training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, and IT pros with these skills often enjoy abundant opportunity and a great lifestyle. Protect our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. SkillBridge and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP.
Sunnyside Electric.
Hello, I need a new electrical outlet.
We are learning about pickleball today.
Okay.
Isn't that a funny name?
What about my electrical?
Pickleball.
I should have called Frank Gay.
Oh, it's like miniature tennis.
I'm calling Frank Gay.
When you need electrical work in your home, you need a trustworthy electrician who can clearly explain how to solve any dilemma. That's the Frank Gay way.
That's the Frank Gay way.
FrankGayServices.com.
If you want your windows there in weeks, pick up the phone and just text Reese.
You're listening to The Jim Colbert Show.
Welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show, Real Radio 104.1. Thanks so much for tuning in today, guys. We appreciate that very much. Hope you had a great week, man. A weekend of beautiful weather is teed up here for Central Florida for us, man. We are absolutely so ganked for it. Love it. And I'm going to take this weather and sit on my couch and watch the Masters. Welcome back. I'm Jim. There's Deb.
Hello.
Jack is here as well.
Yes.
So, we do so many great events with these guys. This has become like, they're kind of like part of the family now. We do the Sip and Savor events over at Harry's Poolside Bar and Grill. Last year, we started talking about their Thanksgiving and Christmas buffets.
Right.
And try to, kind of explain to people, like, not only do you get dinner, but these guys go all out when it comes to decorating the hotel so that when you come out and you're dressed up nice, you and your family can get your family photographs there. There are about 100,000 places in the hotel that are decorated well enough for you to take a great family photograph. Same thing for Easter, man. They do such a great job at the hotel. It's beautiful. You get a really nice treatment when you walk up, get your car valeted, walk in. You get a nice reveal as you walk through the property onto the buffet. Just a wonderful, wonderful time. And, of course, when it comes to Easter, a lot of cooking, a lot of family coming around. When you employ one of these buffets over the guys over at the Rosen Center, you really get great food, and you don't have to deal with anything afterwards. You can just go do whatever afterwards and enjoy this wonderful meal provided to us by the guys over at Rosen Center. So, as that said, you guys give it up good and loud for Chef Luna and Adrian.
Yay! Woohoo!
What's up, guys? How y'all doing?
Doing great. Thanks for having us.
Always good to see you, man.
Yeah,
Always
we are
good to
part
see
of the
you.
family.
Yeah.
Hopefully you're a part of ours too. So we appreciate everything you all do for us.
Well, look, man, we have such a good time together. Like, I mean, every time I tell somebody about these Sip and Savor events, and they're like, okay, well, I'll come out and try one, and they try one, what happens? I say it every time. We sell the damn thing out for the next one while we're there at that one because nobody wants to take a chance of not getting a seat. There are only 70 seats. We've had so much success and so much fun with these events. And one of the reasons I think they do so well, Adrian, is because the price point on these events is so good for what you get. And I've said it 100,000 times when we do the Sip and Savor events, for the money, you simply can't beat what you get for it. Not only do you get 7 or 8 great tasting meals, but you also get drinks in there as well. If you were to buy that menu, it would cost you probably twice that much. And I think the same thing kind of applies to these buffets when you guys roll them out, because it's not just a buffet. It really is so much more than that, isn't it?
It's a whole experience. It's your closest friends and family by the thousands sometimes. But we want to make it a great experience for everyone. The menus are really diverse, so that way you can try a little bit of everything. We have traditional, we have non-traditional, we have things you may have never heard of that you'll try on those events. And the idea is you don't have to cook. You can enjoy your family and not have to worry about someone running back and forth to the kitchen.
Right.
You're here with us, and you can enjoy all the different types of food.
And the other thing that I think that's important, I know that Chef Tell and I were just talking about this in the kitchen a second ago, is because so many chefs are involved with this, that from the hotel and the property, that you never have to worry about missing somebody in your family with what they like. I mean, you guys have everything gluten-free, vegetarian. Matter of fact, I think you guys even offer a chef to walk the buffet with you so they can explain everything on the buffet and what's in it, so that you know if you have some issue with some particular protein or some vegetable you don't like or whatever, they'll point all that out for you, so you don't have to worry about that. And you still won't suffer because there's 60 items on this on this buffet.
Yeah, we are very serious about allergies and any dietary restrictions, so make sure a chef is walking through to accommodate any of those. And yeah, everything from, we have sushi, we have chicken fingers. So there's something for everyone under the sun to enjoy.
Yeah, there's no way that you'll be able to find somebody that can't find something delicious to eat here. And I will tell you something else. You guys brought in leg of lamb today. I'm not a lamb guy. I've never been like much of a lamb guy. And I don't know what they did to this leg of lamb to make it taste like that. It was absolutely superb. The fat content on that lamb today was so balanced and perfect. It was delicious. Tella, did you cook that? Is that your responsibility?
Of course, I'm responsible for almost everything. This time we do the buffet, is my name on it. So yeah, I check everything and we put a nice menu together. All the chefs, we have chefs. They have different backgrounds and they all bring something unique to the table. And this is amazing because you're gonna get like about 60 different dishes, from Mexican to French, also Japanese, Italian.
You did this whole menu?
Yeah, dude. He's
Check out the size of this menu, you guys.
Menu.
Look at this thing.
So you can come over with your family, and it doesn't matter which. If you don't like lamb, we have seafood, we have pastas, we have also
I see that you guys
meat.
Yeah, you guys brought back the coconut curry cauliflower and shrimp bisques, the soups.
It is a true brunch. So we have breakfast items too. We have made to order omelets. We have bacon, sausage, pancakes. It is a full day brunch event.
Even the pasta jambalaya with the penne and the andouille and the chicken and shrimp, the Creole sauce, absolutely delicious. Had that today. The Ben Shu sushi bar was also. You have a Cuban roll, ropa vieja, plantains, avocado, cilantro, mayo, and spicy tuna. Delicious. Absolutely delicious.
And if you like stinky cheeses, they've even got you covered there. You've
No,
got
it's not stinky cheeses. They're
Stinky
aged
cheeses are the best cheeses.
Aged cheeses.
The older better. The older better.
It's aged, Deborah.
All right. Just like people, right?
Yeah.
The older they are, the better.
Yeah, grilled veggies, sliced meat, sausages and cheeses, cold
Hot
salads.
buffet.
By the way, that seafood salad that you guys brought, you brought that out last. You didn't put that out in front of me when I got my plate. You brought that afterwards, and I understand that.
It's a shame because it's delicious.
I could have folded that plate in half and eaten that entire thing like a taco. That was absolutely wonderful. Crab and shrimp with this beautiful mayo that had some lemon and herbs.
Fresh ginger.
God, it
So
was-
that's very traditional. My wife makes that salad all the time. We put down the menu. It's very easy, very simple. Just cook the shrimp with mayonnaise, fresh lime, fresh cilantro, fresh diced peppers, and very simple but very delicious.
the pasta station has grana pan. Oh, explain that one to me.
So you're gonna come over, and we're gonna have the big round cheese, and we're gonna toast the pasta with the sauce in the. That's gonna be like the cooking pan in the cheese.
In the cheese wheel.
So we saw this on Italian restaurants in Italy,
yeah.
and that's the privilege where I work. I can do whatever I want. We can do whatever we want. No limits. So it's gonna be a round big cheese. We're gonna toast the pasta there. We're gonna serve it right there. So and then you can add other items to that pasta.
Like
if you
Chef
want.
Tello was saying, it is a privilege but here's how it works out. All the chefs are in a room together. I get the privilege of being there, but we throw out ideas, we talk about things, and then 2 hours later, they're like, come to the kitchen and try this. It's very kind of, we make it up as we go along and then try the food and see if it works and then throw it on the menu.
I was looking at this stuffed cannelloni, the root beer braised beef short rib ragu with crispy onions.
We're gonna cook that beef for at least 10, 11 hours. And then we're gonna stuff the shells with it. So it is gonna be very good. We done that before in tacos, and it was amazing.
Yeah.
And this time we're gonna try it on a pasta.
The carving station, honey ginger beer basted ham with pomegranate glaze. From the buffet, Gulf snapper, grilled artichokes, asparagus tips with Meyer lemon butter, delicious. Seared chicken breast with charred scallion chimichurri, roasted pork loin, cider gravy, pickled red onion, spring pesto, and Parmesan risotto. The risotto was delicious. I mean, absolutely delicious. All of this looks amazing. You have tapas, tequila, ropa vieja, chimichanga. I'm really good at the Spanish words, by the way, guys.
Good, because we come here all the time, so you get very familiar with this. So this is a good thing. You're gonna try the food from all the restaurants in the hotel for one price, and everything's gonna taste different. And if you bring some of your family that they have kind of allergies, no problem. We can customize whatever they need.
Such a big deal because a lot of times it means going to a different restaurant or someone has to sit out the meal. This way the whole family can enjoy and celebrate it. Exactly.
And you know what I forgot to mention? Speaking of trying trying food from all the restaurants at the hotel, we also include mimosa and champagne.
Oh, do you really?
We do, yep. So we take brunch to the max. So included in that same price, we have complimentary mimosas and champaign.
For $69.95?
Yeah.
Free self-parking, $15 for valet parking. Where do folks nap?
You have to go home for that. Or get a room. Get a hotel.
Yeah.
Even better.
So for $69.95, you get this entire thing, and you get mimosa and champagne as well?
And free self-parking, yes.
Look at the size. I'm just amazed. Like, when do you start cooking, Chef? Is it tomorrow?
No, not today. No, actually, the hotel is very busy, so we don't have a space to be cooking too early. But the day before, 2 days early, we start to prep. Everything is made at the hotel. Everything's from scratch. We have plenty of help, so everything's going to be like really homemade and really fresh.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And bring the kids because they have a children's buffet, like he said, crisp and
chicken fingers,
buttered corn, mac and cheese, mini marinara, meatball mozzarella, and there's sweets as well. The chocolate ganache cake, have that right beside me. And I will tell you, that key lime tart. Did you guys have the key lime tart?
I didn't have any desserts. I'm still eating sushi over here.
Jeez Louise, dude. Key lime tart was amazing. Blueberry cheesecake, coconut passion fruit cake, carrot cake. So many different choices. So unbelievable. Macarons, truffles, Easter sweet shots. It just goes on and on. Soft serve ice cream with toppings. That white chocolate almond croissant we've been talking about.
Hey, Green, I have a question.
Yes.
You guys were graciously preparing food for the past hour here at iHeart Central. Was there a lot of a lot of activity and interaction with some of our salespeople and all the other people in the office just strolling by the kitchen to see what you guys were up to?
Well, that one dude's been back in the building for 3 days, and he was waiting there with a plate in his hand.
Yeah, like every few minutes, someone would trickle over and say, "Oh, it smells so good.
Yeah.
What's happening
What are
over
you guys
here?"
doing?
Yeah, what you doing over here? Huh? What you doing over here? Then, of course, the paper plates come out because we have to. All the other plates are gone. The breakfast station looks amazing as well.
Oh yeah.
Omelets made to order. Of course, you have tricolor potatoes, classic eggs Benedict. You have Chef's French Toast Station, which is brioche and cinnamon raisin bread buttermilk waffles.
And everything is made to order. So
God almighty. It's like it would take me 15 straight minutes to read through this thing if I had to read it. I'm not kidding. It would take me 15 minutes to read this entire menu from top to bottom. So this happens Sunday, April 20th. Reservations are available from 11 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. Now, listen, let me tell you, just so I know, I can let you guys know this. When we do the Thanksgiving and the Christmas dinners, the minute that we announce them, the sweet spots go immediately, all right? So if the 11 to 1 spot, if you want to be in that world, you better do that today. You better call up and reserve today. And if your party is more than 6, you definitely want to do that for sure. It's $69.95 plus tax, right? But that includes the buffet and the mimosas and champagne. Children is only $31.95. Anyone below 3 years old eats for free, all right? And the walk-ins are based on availability. I strongly suggest a reservation. All right? You can do that at 407-996-3969. The easiest way, though, is rosencenter.com/Easter. You can do it right there online. That way you have the information. You have all your ticket right there. It's all good to go.
And they have gluten-free, gluten-friendly desserts as well. No sugar added. So literally no dietary restrictions are off limits here. They've got everything covered to have a fantastic Easter brunch.
Yeah.
And you're definitely going to want a nap after that.
And again, if you have a bigger than 6-person party, you definitely want to reserve. Get that with a credit card. That way you can guarantee your seat. And again, if you want to eat between 11 and 1, it goes until like 4:30 in the afternoon, you definitely want to get in on fast, because not only is this available for people who are listening to our show today, it's also available for people at the hotel that you guys push it through there as well. Yes. So, you're actually competing against people at the hotel as well. We don't want you to miss out, because this is one of the best deals. And just the way that you guys decorate the hotel for this is amazing.
Thanks. We just do the food on this.
Yeah, I know that. So it doesn't matter. You're representing the hotel. I'm telling you.
But thank you. We will pass that along to the powers that be.
Tell if you had to build a plate from this menu, what would you get off this menu? What would you go and get immediately?
I know. Oh my God! It would take me like 5 minutes to think about it. I don't know. I will go definitely for the lamb.
Yeah, you gotta have the lamb.
Very moist, very tasty. I love sushi. Oh my God! I try everything. I'm not too big on sweets, but I definitely the pastry chef that we have right now, he's amazing. He make everything from scratch, and like you say, the chocolate. He made this chocolate cake with chocolate from Ecuador.
Oh yeah.
Oh wow.
Oh, it's nice. I'm thinking to put that on a regular menu.
Yeah.
Because the cake is very moist and the mousse inside
is delicious.
Delicious, yes.
And the chocolate is wonderful too. It's got an interesting flavor to it that's different than just gummy milk chocolate. It's got a much better, deeper flavor to it than the other. I love it. Matter of fact, if you look over there, I think I've kind of wiped that out, have that out during a during a break. So.
But you better save us a little bit, because...
Yeah. No, I have some right there.
Okay, good.
Plenty. Again, that's April 20th. Make your reservations at rosencenter.com/Easter. Again, that's rosencenter.com/Easter. $69.95 a person plus tax. That's for adults. If you have kids between 4 and 12, it's only $31.95. And not only do you get the buffet, which is unlimited, by the way, you also get mimosas and champagne there as well.
Sums it up, I think.
I think we did it.
I think it did. Yeah, exactly.
And can you see this menu online?
Yes, we'll have the whole menus online as well.
Okay, so if you go to rosencenter.com/Easter, you can actually see the entire menu.
Yes.
That way you can kind of get. By the way,
have a game plan. It's if you make a reservation and come, we give you like a floor plan and a map of the entire room when you get there, so you can kind of plot out and see. Okay, do I hit the soups first, or am I going to start with the desserts and work backwards?
Exactly. So, and I just noticed the porchetta is on here, and I know that I've had your porchetta before. It's absolutely wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. So look, man, just go and get this. Again, it's rosencenter.com/Easter, rosencenter.com/Easter. Thanks, guys. Always good seeing you, man.
Thank you so much.
Good lad for sure. And Adrian.
I think Chef Tellaluna honestly needs a cape, though.
He does.
With all the cooking and the... Gee.
How do you, yeah.
A lot of cooking, huh?
Yeah. All right, good seeing you guys. Thanks again, man.
Thank you so
All
much.
All right, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. Back in a sec with more of the Jim Colbert Show.
Real Radio is on Facebook at Real Radio 1041. Sponsored by the law offices of Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Have you been in an accident? Call the law offices of Anajar and Levine at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
This weather report is brought to you by Mills Air.
Sunshine in the 80s make a return today in Central Florida. I'm Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Jessica Dobson with a check of your forecast. And today we'll be expecting a high of 85 degrees in Orlando. A cold front works through as we head into late this evening and into the overnight, bringing with it the slim chance of a stray shower or thunderstorm. Otherwise, for this weekend, we'll dry things out, cooler temperatures, a high of around 76 for our Saturday, around 78 by Sunday. Plenty of sunshine back in the 80s, though, for next week. From the Fox 35 Storm Team, I'm meteorologist Jessica Dobson.
This report is sponsored by Rapid Radios.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies offering national LTE coverage and no subscription ever. Business owners can now keep in touch with up to 200 staff members at one time. Go to rapidradios.com now for up to 60% off and free shipping.
Man, when it comes to spring, Tools Ace Hardware has you covered with their 11 locations with steel outdoor power equipment. You know it. You see it on those landscapers trailers, that orange and cream or white. That is steel equipment, guys. It's the best out there. And Tools Ace Hardware, they service what they sell, which means you can bring in your steel equipment to their stores for any repairs or warranty issues. Not to mention, Tools is open 7 days a week with 1 to 2 day turnaround times on repairs and better pricing on labor than their competitors. Stop by for that tune-up on your equipment or take advantage of spring savings on lawnmowers, grass trimmers, edgers, and more. Shop for outdoor power equipment in-store or online at toolsacehardware.com. It's Tools Ace, your local helpful place.
Hey Orlando, Joe Rossi here from Greenway Kia. By now, you've heard about the auto tariffs, but at Greenway Kia, we planned ahead. We've been stocking up on new Kias at all 3 locations. Drive home the new Kia you want tariff-free. Like new 2025 Kia Sorento SUVs for only $179 per month for 24 months with 0 security deposit. We want to see you in a Kia. Visit greenwaykias.com.
Qualified applicants through KFA include $650 acquisition fee, 10,000 miles per year, $49.95 at inception, plus tax, title, license, $899 dealer, and $249.50 doc fee. Expires 5/5/25.
Life looks pretty good behind the handlebars of a Harley, and that point of view is one that everyone agrees on. At Space Coast Harley-Davidson, we'd like to help you get some perspective on what's important. Right now, get 0% interest on select new 2024 Harley models. Get details at 866-826-9072 or spacecoastharley.com anytime. Ride the road and relax. Find your motorcycle and your soul at Space Coast Harley-Davidson.
Worried about buying or selling your home? Don't be. The Nickley Group with Keller Williams Realty does real estate differently, with buying and selling solutions faster than you could say, more tape? Nationally ranked and locally loved, TNG sells homes 2 times faster for an average of over 20,000 more. So ditch the stress ball. Check out the Nickley Group's over 3,000 5-star reviews. Get a guaranteed cash offer for your home today. Visit thenickleyGroup.com.
Hey guys, not feeling like yourself? Visit Game Day Men's Health, one of the nation's largest men's health clinics, specializing in testosterone replacement therapy, ED treatments, medical weight loss, and shockwave therapy, with locations in Winter Park, Lake Mary, and downtown. They can create a customized game plan for you. Set up your free testosterone test and consultation. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Mention 104.1 and get a second service free when you buy one. Game Day Men's Health, helping men perform and feel their best.
Hey everybody, Jim Colbert here to tell you about my friends over at FAS Exteriors. These guys are awesome. They install windows and doors in my homes, actually 2 of my places right here in Orlando, and they killed it. Not only are the products amazing, the installers are craftsmen, man. They really know what they're doing, and their expert team of window and door installers will make the entire project seamless from measurement to the very final inspection. My inspector could not believe how perfect the inspection was, but that's how they roll at FAS. They've been doing it since 2005, and FAS has earned their spot as Orlando's top-rated window and door experts. Upgrade your home today with a team that delivers excellence. Simply visit FASWD.com, and as always, trust the leader in windows and doors.
Mom and Dad seem different after a European-style holiday on MSC Cruises.
Call us Cloud and Yvette.
The ship had restaurants, shops, and nightlife.
La Galleria.
And of course, American touches, like an aqua park and a sweets shop.
American je ne sais quoi.
Mom, you're from Wisconsin.
Wisconsin, Kevin.
Book now and save up to 30% off, plus kids sale free.
MSC Cruises. Let's holiday. To book, visit msccruises.com or contact your travel advisor. Restrictions apply. Ships registered in Panama and Malta.
Thank you for making Mercedes-Benz of South Orlando one of the premier luxury dealerships in Central Florida. We are the official dealer of luxury, providing the ultimate VIP experience at a price you can afford. Call Monica Ventura at 689-319-7680. That's 689-319-7680. We guarantee you will be treated like VIP and nothing less. Across from the mall at Millennia.
Trust and Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will. How about right now? Trust and Will makes creating your will easy, like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust and Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 20% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Core Flooring Center in Winter Park is the go-to destination for flooring. Visit coreflooringfl.com.
You're listening to the Jim Colbert Show.
What to do, Colbert crew?
There he is.
You know who. Your favorite tea back in Rockledge. Today, we raise beer to National Fondue Day. You know, that delicious melted cheese.
Fondue.
Just don't do a fondant and dip your genitals into
Okay,
it.
man.
They don't like that at the table. Have a good show, y'all. That was also take 4. So now I have to drink 4 beers plus the other beer that I already had open. This job is becoming harder and harder.
Yeah, this is tough. Yeah. It's very tough.
What the... Why, Jack? Why did you do that? You know, I was going to just say
What's he
that
doing?
today's a national holiday. It's Blueberry Day. I don't know.
Okay.
Okay. What to do,
No,
Colbert
no more,
crew?
no more.
You know.
No more.
Your favorite tea bag in Rockledge.
Are you talking about the beers
All
he's
right,
having?
Jack, I will give you a fair chance. It is National Barbershop Quartet Day. And if you don't love a barbershop quartet, then you didn't.
There we go.
Please don't, no more.
Yeah, no more.
So we were backed up. That's the first time we had a chance to play talkbacks.
Oh,
And,
God.
we had a little snafu earlier in the show. And,
Yeah.
It doesn't stop them from sending.
No,
Especially
no, it does
Teabag.
All right, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. Welcome back. I'm Jim. There's Deb. Jack.
Hello.
Jack is here as well.
Yeah.
By the way, somebody texted and said, is that bottomless mimosas and champagne for the... And I think it is bottomless mimosas and champagne, guys.
Wow.
$69.95, all that menu. And if you don't think if you think we're joking, just go to the website and look at that menu.
Look at the menu.
It's a joke. I mean, it really is. Those guys are amazing. And everybody came out. When they started cooking, all the sales reps.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Including the ones who have been here hours. Came out. And ate up. It was great.
You know.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't wait. Do you guys celebrate Easter a lot? Do you guys do that? I haven't.
You mean the holiest day of the year?
Yeah. Like Easter Sunday. I mean, it was a big deal when my when I was a kid, but not as much these days. We don't really do a whole bunch, I don't guess. Maybe Easter dinner at one of the parents' house for ham.
Thanks, Jesus, for that whole crucifixion thing. But
we do my father-in-law does the ham with the pineapples and the cherries in the middle.
Oh, okay. There you go.
And then we do the stereotypical ham, and it's almost like what differs Easter dinner than like Thanksgiving or Christmas dinner? Is it the?
It's the protein.
It's just the protein, right?
It's the lamb.
But in Easter, Easter or not Easter, but Christmas, you have a ham as well, right?
You can do ham at Christmas, right? Lamb ham at
lamb ham.
You can do the lamb ham at Easter.
Lamb is usually only done at Easter, though, right? It's not usually a Christmas dish because Lamb of God.
Yeah.
So the proteins, I think, a little bit more.
Did you have some of the lamb, by the way?
I haven't. No.
Oh God, it's so good. It actually, can I tell you?
Deb's holding on to they left, so Deb's keeping the plate. She's stocking up at home.
Oh, wait a minute.
It almost tastes like roast beef. It's so good. What?
Okay.
Yeah, I've got desserts, but you can't have them. What are you talking
I'm just checking to make sure you still have a little bit of that chocolate cake.
I do still have some of that chocolate cake.
Okay.
That chocolate ganache cake. So good. Portions are crazy, too. Did you see the size of the shrimp in that Creole pasta?
I can't believe I ate as much as I have because normally I brought lunch.
Yeah.
And
I did not. I did not eat anything until I got here today. Because I knew this was coming.
But again, it really, you couldn't cook for that amount and have champagne. I mean, the cheese and fruit dish alone, I mean, the size of the menu. I really think Chef Talaluna is like a superhero.
He is. He's an amazing guy.
So if I made 4 things, I'd be passed out exhausted and so proud of myself.
The funny thing is, I'll tell you a little inside thing here. It's weird how chefs who work for hotels, unless the hotel's like the Waldorf or, any of the Ritz or something like that, you don't really get attention the way that chefs that work in standalone restaurants. That guy right there can outcook, I bet, half of the guys who cook in restaurants that everybody knows about. I mean, the guy is an amazing talent, and he just kills it out there. And the cool thing is the Rosen Hotel, namely Mr. Rosen, God rest his soul, is the guy who was allowed. When he says, I don't have any rules, what he's trying to tell you is they never tell him no. I mean, if he goes in there with one of the most, unique proteins or cheeses that's hard to find, and if it's expensive, they do not care. If he wants it on the menu, they get it for him. So you really are getting an interesting menu put together with like no cost involved. I mean, from them, they want to do this so people get experience or get exposed to the property. So when you go out, you can see how beautiful the property is and maybe do a staycation there because that pool is beautiful, by the way. That entire property is gorgeous.
Just use the pool before you go to brunch because afterwards it's not going to be pretty.
Yeah. When you go to Harry's, you can just sit there at Harry's. It's a poolside bar. You would expect to get like chicken fingers and burgers, but what they turn out of that place is simply amazing for a poolside bar.
Oh, man.
But that's how all their properties are. They just do such a good job. But we really enjoy doing business with them. They're a wonderful partner, and we're going to be doing more stuff later this year, more Sip and Savers, some other pairing events, and, of course, Christmas and Thanksgiving when that comes as well. Love those guys. All right, 407-916-1041. You can always text us at 77031. We're going to take a little break and come back because there's an interesting thing happening with tech bros.
Uh-oh.
Tech bros are into something that you would never think tech bros would be into, and I'll tell you what that is next.
Congratulations, you just won $1,000.
Let's go. Oh, nice.
If these are the words you've been waiting to hear, keep listening for your chance to win. Our Grand in Your Hand contest returns Monday, April 14th, and is brought to you by Mills Air.
From the Clausman Law Traffic Center, car crash, call Clausman Law. ClausmanLaw.com.
The right lane's blocked on Florida's Turnpike southbound, approaching Hancock Road. There's an accident on State Road 408 eastbound at Rouse Road. Traffic slowing down on all the major roadways this afternoon, so travel with caution. Look out for an accident on Highway 1792 near Colonial Drive. If you see traffic troubles, call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change traffic tip line at 866-676-8477. From the Traffic Center, I'm James Birmingham.
This report is sponsored by Rapid Radios.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies offering national LTE coverage and no subscription ever. A great alternative to a mobile phone for your kids. For a limited time, go to rapidradios.com and you'll get 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code radio and get an extra 5% off.
Before you make any move to buy a new home or even refinance your existing home, make sure you listen as that mortgage guy Don hosts the Home Loans Radio Show right here on Real Radio 104.1 from 9 to 10:30 every Saturday morning. He has been a trusted part of the Real Radio family for years and has helped more than a few of us realize our own home buying dreams like myself, and he can do that for you too. It's peace of mind right there at your fingertips, so don't miss the boat. Compare your quote at thatmortgageguyDon.com.
Don't miss the boat, compare your quote with thatmortgageguyDon.com.
Over 100 million people around the world have felt the thrill of Broadway's most spectacular musical, Disney's The Lion King. And now you can too. Experience this breathtaking theatrical event and see why the New York Times declares there is simply nothing else like it.
Don't miss The Lion King, returning to Dr. Phillips Center April 23rd through May 18th. Visit drphillipscenter.org to get your tickets now.
Hastings Main Street presents the annual Cabbage, Potato, and Bacon Festival, April 26th and 27th, right there in Hastings, Florida, right up there in my hometown. It's awesome, too, man. And cooking, demonstrations, culinary tasting events with renowned chefs, the Great Hastings Mowdown lawnmower races, Miss Potato Queen beauty pageant, live music, kids zone, so much more. It is a family-friendly, fun weekend, just a short drive from St. Augustine. Get your details at hastingsfl.org. Funded by St. Johns County Tourist Development Council. It's the annual Cabbage, Potato, and Bacon Festival, April 26th and 27th. Again, get your tickets and all the information at hastingsfl.org.
For more information about contests on this station, go to realradio.fm/rules.
John is in a hot tub on his vacation. He earned 20,000 points by spending $2,000 with his Navy Federal Credit Union More Rewards card. To be clear, you don't have to vacation in a hot tub to redeem this offer. But John did, because the bubbles make him happy. Right now, you can earn 20,000 points when you spend $2,000 in the first 90 days. Offer ends January 1st, 2026. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA. Visit NavyFederal.org for details.
What's good, Magic fans? It's me, Angel from the Monsters. Meet me at Tom's Watts Bar on Friday, April the 11th, to watch our Orlando Magic take on the Indiana Pacers. I'll be there giving away great prizes. The party starts at 7 p.m. See you there. Let's go, Magic.
You ready to step into the cage? Hard Rock Bet makes it easy. Place bets on your favorite fighters for this weekend's huge showdown in Miami. It's 314 in the 305, and you can bet it all in just a few easy taps. Download the Hard Rock Bet app to take your first shot at your first bet, and if you don't win, you can try it again with a bonus bet backup up to $100. Payable in bonus bets up to $100, not a cash offer. Offered by the Seminole Tribe of Florida, must be 21 plus and physically present in Florida to wager. Terms and conditions apply. Concerned about gambling? Call 1-888-ADMIT-IT.
Why go to just another sports bar when you can go to Crush Yard? The food, amazing. The drinks, top shelf. Craft beers, a gajillion of them. And then the big surprise, pickleball, all indoor on pristine new courts. So that's it, right? Wrong, because we've also got ping pong, cornhole, and a full arcade for the kids. So, Kissimmee, when the temps rise, cool off with the best food, games, and fun at the hottest new spot in town. Visit crushyard.com and follow us on social for details. See you down at the yard.
International Diamond Center's biggest event of the year is this weekend. Save up to 20% off rings, bands, earrings, and more. Up to 3 years, zero interest financing. This weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Only at International Diamond Center. Altamont Springs, Mall at Millennia, and Waterford Lakes.
If you want your windows there in weeks, pick up the phone and just text Reese.
Get Factory Direct custom-made impact windows installed before hurricane season starts. Hi, Sealand here for Reese Windows and Doors, where they've been installing affordable, high-quality impact windows for over 50 years. At Reese, most impact windows are installed in just 6 to 8 weeks, and now you can win them for free. Just text the word WOW to 20129 for your chance to win $15,000 in new impact windows from Reese Windows. Text WOW to 20129.
Do you have AC needs? Turn to the experts at Carrier. Go to millsair.com.
Broadcasting live from the JustCallMo.com studios. Injured on the go? Just call Mo. Visit JustCallMo.com or dial 1-800-CALL-MO. This is WTKS-FM HD1, Cocoa Beach, Orlando. An iHeart radio station. Make us the #1 preset on your car radio and on the free new and improved iHeart radio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. listening to The Jim Colbert Show.
As my wife likes to say, all men have something that they're nerdy about. For me, it's not golf, but hey, if your thing is golf, that's cool. Whatever, you do you, man. On Monday, I worked a charity fundraiser for a golf tournament where I had a tent set up and I was giving out free beers to people at this tee. And I noticed people spend more time talking about life than they do hitting balls. I feel like there's no return on investment of enjoyment there. Also, sexy chocolate's the funniest thing ever.
Hey, Jack, is that against the law to flick a lit cigarette back in somebody else's car? Or also litter, throwing it back in their window? Because if that is, I hope my statute of limitations have worn out, because I've done that multiple times back when I was a little more road ragey and a little less pacifisty, if those are even words.
That's fine.
They are now.
They are today, yeah.
Hey, yo, Jimmy.
Yo.
If you run out of mint jelly for your old lamb chop, use a rip of that mint grizzly. It'll get the job done.
Tobacco dude? Is that what he's talking about?
I would presume.
Yeah. All right, welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show, Real Radio 104.1. Hope you had a good week as you knock off and head out for this weekend. It's going to be glorious this weekend, by the way.
Mid-70s couldn't be any
Man,
better.
I hope you get some big plans.
Yeah, I'm bowling.
Are you really? Yeah, bowling and Moe's thing. That's nice.
Yep.
I'm Jim. There's Deb.
Hello.
Jack is here as well. Yeah, so good.
By the way, the Moe's Bowlerama is now sold out completely
nice.
for bowling and for pinball. So it's now a closed event, which is great.
Yeah.
Raise some money for a great charity.
Yeah, very nice, for sure. All right, so Tech Bros. What do you think Tech Bros are into? This is all this is
yoga.
This is like a new thing. No, and I have to tell you, I find it very interesting because as you read the story, it's a long one, by the way. This is a CNN story. If you want to check it out, CNN.com. And it's called Tech Bros. That's the first three words. I can say the rest. It's going to give it away if I do that.
Microdosing.
Yeah, that's a really good guess. It's actually considerably more
organic farming.
Hello Kitty.
My Little Pony.
Well, you know what? That would come into play later down the road.
The My Little Pony?
Uh-huh.
Oh, S&M. BDM.
Farming.
No.
Horse ranching?
Having babies.
Oh, great.
The new thing for Tech Bros is having as many babies as you can. There is a movement within this whole tech kind of bro movement. You know exactly who I'm talking about, right?
Elon.
Yeah, the Elon Musk movement is happening as we speak. And I'm not kidding. It's not. I'm going to tell you about a conference that they had. And not only did they have more people there this year than they had last year, the cost of getting into this conference, which is all based around this idea of because what they're trying to sell their kind of people there is that the birth rate is low. It's dropping in a number of countries. Ours is one of them. And what they're doing is they're not. I don't think they're trying to, quote, scare people into the idea, but their whole thing is this is how we're going to save Western civilization, is repopulating the country with kids from these people, like, these tech bro guys who have a certain mindset and theory of life. Huh?
It's an ego
You think
thing.
it is an ego thing?
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, I want to repopulate the world with people just like me.
With my seed.
Well, and of course, they're leaning on Elon, who has is it 13 kids?
You mean, it depends. It's one of my favorite shows on Twitter when one of his baby mamas has to hit him up to please call me. Your child needs medical attention.
Yeah. And that's if he can find out, or if he's doing a test on to find out if he is the dad. So I think there's 13 now, right?
Yeah.
Now, the thing is this, I could, even if you went to the whole, okay, well, let's have some more kids, let's have as many babies as possible. I mean, you still have to tend to those children. You can't just have kids and then lean on somebody else to raise your children for you, because it kind of looks what Elon's doing.
Elon does.
Like, he just kind of has kids and then just dips.
Yeah.
Unless he's going to the White House so he can put his kid in front of the camera.
Oh, that's just for, in case.
Right, yeah.
It's the best shield in the world, right?
So during this dinner/conference they were having.
Oh my God, it's The Handmaid's Tale brought to life.
It said, somebody stood up and said, can anyone beat 9? Because one of these guys had 9 kids. You got to remember, the guy's only like 34 years old. He's got 9 children already. 200 people came to this conference. 200 of the most fervent supporters of a budding movement. They're there, hoping in person to, their meetup will cause in larger audiences to basically take this idea on, to have more kids. They said birth rates are plummeting to dangerously low levels, posing risks to the economy, services like Social Security, and even the future of civilization itself. How much do you think it cost these 200 people to get into this conference? A 2-day event.
$50,000.
No.
5.
No, it's $1,000. So $1,000 to come and sit in a 2-day conference to hear people tell you should have more kids. It says from matchmaking into a Man's World magazine. And it's a dude sitting there in like a 20 suit reading a magazine that says Man's World.
Uh-huh.
They have endless PowerPoint presentations, and they want to make this happen. There's this one 19-year-old kid, and he goes, I want to have at least 5 kids. I want to have 5 kids. And I'm like, you're not going to find a girl at that conference going to do that.
I'm telling you, Idiocracy was a documentary ahead of its time.
Yeah.
I really need to watch that.
But and the funny thing is like, even if you were part of this movement, let's say you paid this $1,000 and you went to this conference and you heard some of the alt-right guys are there. There's a guy named Jack. Is it Prosabic? Jack, are you familiar with that guy?
Nope.
I've heard his name.
Yeah, he's a big-time podcaster, and he deals in the conspiracy, ultra-right-wing stuff. And he is the one that's like kind of pushing this whole idea of, hyperpopulating the country with people like them. And he goes, women are having fewer children than they want. That's the problem. You want everybody to repopulate. You need to find women that want to have kids. And that's another big part of that movement is, and really, to be honest with you, it's not even that movement. It's a movement of the party. They want women. I mean, we just dealt with this West Florida president guy that got booted out.
Oh, yeah, Yenner?
Yeah, the guy that was saying that they're over-medicated and quarrelsome.
Educated women are medicated and quarrelsome.
Right, yeah. The whole idea of that movement is to find women who just want to have children, child after child, and be happy staying home, taking
barefoot and pregnant,
taking care of those kids. They don't want them to have careers. They don't want them getting out there being, in the professional world. They don't believe in that.
A new spin on misogyny.
So are they going to find women that'll do that? Like,
yeah.
Can I tell you something? I don't know. It's hard to find anybody who is in that 25 to 30-year-old range that is even thinking about having a child at this point in their life. It used to be where when I was a kid, when I was younger, back in the 80s and stuff, I mean, I knew girls that I went to high school with. Their whole plan was, I'm going to get out of high school, I'm going to find somebody, and I'm going to get married, we're going to have some kids, and we're just going to start our family immediately. They were hoping to have all of that beginning by 25, 26 years old.
I had one girl like that in my high school class.
Almost everybody I went to school with was like that. That
Now-
was their dream, is to have that family thing and stay home and have dad go to work and come back,
In Palatka, not to diss on Palatka, but what was the
Alternative.
The alternative at the time, was it
to leave town and go to college?
That was it, right?
That was it. That's,
Yeah.
I mean, everybody, it's like, was my mindset that did not want to be there, because what happens with small towns, a lot of them is, once you get caught up in that whole thing, you marry somebody from that town, you quote, settle down there. It's hard to break that cycle and get out, because your entire social construct is there as well. So, and it was difficult for me when I left. I don't know about you, Jack, when you left, or you either, Dad, because you guys are not from here either. But even though I just moved 90 miles away, it felt like a universe away.
I bet.
And I knew no one down here. So it was very difficult. So it's easy to get stuck up there because those are the only people you know, and you don't really travel that well there, so it's just kind of what it is. So that was and can I tell you, the guys felt the same way. So it wasn't really hard for a guy to find a girl that had that same mindset, that wanted to have the 2 kids and wanted to, to settle down and start their family at 25 or 26 years old.
Yeah.
Well, someone had just texted us at 77031. To be honest, having children, if this country and other countries want their birth rate to go up, then you need to start lowering the price. My daughter is 24 and tells me she never wants to have children because of the cost of living and where she sees the world going.
Yeah. A couple of mine don't want to have them.
But we are heading towards a place where, how many people can this planet hold? And we keep, each nation is like, no, we need more kids because we keep having to support the, previous generations. And you have to keep your economy going. So how long does this game work where we have to keep producing people?
Well, obviously it's a resource issue. I mean, we know that now with 8 billion people, it's a resource issue already. I mean, have you heard the battles between us and Texas and Mexico for water right now?
So then why is there such a drive to continue to overpopulate?
Because those people don't believe that there's a resource issue.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You got to remember, they think there's plenty of clean water and all the air is going to be fine and everything. But those are the people that believe that.
Or they feel they are of means and it doesn't affect them.
Right, it doesn't affect them.
Yeah.
But
they'll be able to afford a nice life.
Sure, yeah.
And that is an issue, you know, for younger kids. I saw an article earlier this week about how, counselors are having a difficult time helping people with 2 issues in their lives. One is politics. And the second is, climate catastrophe for young people wondering,
right? Yeah, what's going to be left?
What's going to be left for me? Am I going to get to have kids? Are my kids going to get to have kids? So whatever these tech bros may be thinking, there are a lot of young people where this is a major concern, and it's part of their reason about why they haven't or are not ready to start a family.
One of my daughters is really upfront about it. She is not even cool about it. She's like, why would I bring a child into this? Basically, outside of her her wanting autonomy in her life, she's like, why would I bring a child into this environment, into the whole thing, and try to raise a kid in the era of social media and the internet, where you seemingly have very little power over your child if you don't overlord, because of all the peer pressure that goes on in schools and stuff. She's just terrified of it. She caught the very end of it with her school career. I mean, she graduated in the mid 2000s and stuff, but I mean, she's already seen the impact of that stuff on just the people that she went to high school with, just being 28 years old.
Yeah.
It says here, Karen Guzzo, who is a professor of sociology and the director of the Carolina Population Center at the University of Carolina, sees herself as an anti-pronatalist, is what they call themselves, pronatalist. She goes, I don't think we should try to make people have kids. I don't think we should try to make people get married. I think there are small nudges we could do that might raise the birth rate, If I had a better safety net, if we had paid leave, we had paid child care, economic mobility, things like that to make people feel certain about their future, then maybe people on their own would just go, you know what? I don't have to worry about this. I don't have to worry about that. It'd be nice to raise a child not thinking it's going to break me because the cost of childcare is so ridiculous right now. I don't even know what it costs to put a child in childcare right now, but I've heard it's anywhere between $500 and $800 a month per kid. Who can afford that? Like, literally, who can afford that? Who can spend $1,500 a month having somebody watch their kid? You're basically, one of your parents is working for the sole purpose of having their children watch while you're working. It's almost like a net zero equation.
Yep.
One cancels the other out. So why do one? But then if you don't make that decision, because you do make an extra maybe $300 a month after you've paid your bills, you have to suffer by not having that $300 and hoping that the primary breadwinner doesn't lose their job.
Or get sick.
Yeah, or career path.
Right, or career path.
Yeah, so if you try, okay, it's a push, so I'll just stay home, but then your kids grow up, and then it's like, okay, now what?
Right, exactly. And this is a really interesting story. It's really, really long. So it's a well-written.
You keep saying that, Jim.
Well-researched. What's that?
That long form.
It's really long.
Yeah. It is
It's a long one.
It's a long, but it is. It's really involved, though. When you read the entire thing, I could never even get to a third of it on the show today. But when you read it, it really goes to everything from how people get shamed for not wanting to have kids, or they get shamed for having too many kids. Like, isn't that the thing? Like, even the Elon.
Oh, even the reaction to me when people find out I don't have kids.
Oh yeah. What happened? Why?
Right.
How about just
you didn't want them?
Right. It's just a personal decision.
You just tell them you're barren. I'm barren. Leave me alone.
But the thing is you see guys like Elon. They're billionaires. They have 13 kids. Right? Yeah, they can afford it. He can afford to have 13 children or 7 or 8 or 10 kids or whatever. Who can afford that?
He can also afford condoms.
Yeah, and he can also afford to ignore them. And that it is, I mean, they're funny, but they're sad tweets when you see him on Twitter, him going after her and her going after him. And it's like,
it's terrible.
It is. It should be beneath them.
Oh, no, it's not, though.
I know.
Yeah. But, it is a really, really interesting thing. And real quick, I just want to show you this at the NATO conference, what one of these girls looks like. There you go. Does that ring a Handmaid's Tale?
Yeah, pretty much. She's trying out for what a season's not going to happen anymore.
She's literally wearing a bonnet.
Yeah, she
exactly
literally
like
is.
That. And the guy behind her is your stereotypical tech bro, white kid, the glasses, the whole look that is one of the people who are milky white tech bros. And his girl is sitting there in basically what looks to be an Amish set up with a bonnet.
Yeah, exactly. And you know what? If that makes them happy and they've found each other, then live your life and live it well. But stay out of everyone else's business.
Right. Just keep to yourself.
Just do your own thing.
And again, it's weird to get, if you have 5 kids, people they're like, oh, that's good. Nice, big, healthy family. But, behind your back, they're like, God dang, 5 kids. That's a lot of kids. I have 4.
Have 5 kids if you can afford to take care of 5 kids,
Yeah, I got to tell you, man, they are, I just saw the number last week when I was reading a story. What did you guys think the average cost of raising a kid from birth all the way up through high school? Did you guys see the number, how much that costs?
No.
It's like a couple $100,000 a kid or something.
Yeah.
I was going to say like $125,000.
Yeah. So, I look at my 4 kids, and my 4 kids were active in sports and outside activities and stuff. So it wasn't just like they were kids that went to school and came home and did their homework and then lived for the weekends. They were busy every day of the week. I had 1 in band. I had 1 that wrestled. I had 2 that played volleyball. And it was a perpetual move just to feed them.
Well, that doesn't even include braces. And
yeah, every one of them had braces.
Yeah, so there's all those ancillary costs that come up that you don't expect and you don't plan for.
And everyone wants a car at 16, 17 years old.
Everybody iPhone.
Everybody wants a cell phone when they're 16, 17 years old. Cell phone bill times 4. Car payment bill times 4. Car insurance bill. Do you know how much our car insurance bill when our kids were living with us? Anybody want to run that number?
Yeah, I kind of have an idea.
Yeah, about $1,900 a month, something like that. It was ridiculous. I'm serious. It was ridiculous.
Yeah.
So, these guys can have all the kids they want. They shouldn't be telling other people to have kids or whatever.
Exactly.
All right, 407-916-1041. You can always text us at 77031. I tell you what. Let's do this best small town story. We'll do that next. Hang loose.
This weekend, Real Radio 104.1 smells like the 90s. Classic Alternative, this weekend on Real Radio 104.1.
There's a couple accidents to look out for tonight on Florida's Turnpike southbound, approaching Hancock Road. It's off to the right shoulder on the Turnpike northbound at US 192, on I-4 westbound at Parr Street. There's an accident on I-4 eastbound at Florida's Turnpike. Move over and slow down if you see police activity or emergency vehicles on the roadways. And if you see traffic troubles, call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change traffic tip line at 866-676-8477. From the Traffic Center, I'm James Birmingham.
This report is sponsored by Rapid Radio.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies, offering national LTE coverage and no subscription ever. Perfect for instant contact with an aging parent. For a limited time, go to rapidradios.com and you'll get an extra 60% off. Free UPS shipping and add code radio for an extra 5% off.
Guys, you just heard him in with us this Easter. Join Chef Talay and the rest of the team over at Rosen Center for a brunch buffet featuring dozens of freshly prepared dishes that are absolutely wonderful and they will satisfy. So don't miss out on classics like roast pork loin or sweets like white chocolate almond croissants. Celebrate Easter Sunday at Rosen Center's brunch buffet with Chef Talay and indulge in more than 60 delectable dishes that are guaranteed to impress every single member of the family. You heard us talking about that menu earlier, only $69.95, and that includes mimosas and champagne, crab claws as well, chocolate ganache cake, which is delicious. All of it is right there waiting on you at the Rosen Center. Make your reservations today at rosencenter.com/Easter.
New Year's resolution is to buy a home? Get your free buyer's guide at thenicklygroup.com.
Hey guys, not feeling like yourself? Visit Game Day Men's Health, one of the nation's largest men's health clinics, specializing in testosterone replacement therapy, ED treatments, medical weight loss, and shockwave therapy, with locations in Winter Park, Lake Mary, and downtown. They can create a customized game plan for you. Set up your free testosterone test and consultation. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Mention 104.1 and get a second service free when you buy one. Game Day Men's Health, helping men perform and feel their best.
Jim Colbert Show question of the day is brought to you by the Home Builders Network. Home Builders Network has been nominated by Orlando's Best for Best Windows and Doors and a Best of Florida nominee for Best Roofing Contractor. But it's more than that. It's Mike the Home Builder, and he's the guy who can help you when it comes time to doing the things around your home that are a little bigger than just a weekend project. It might be a roof repair. It could be new gutters. It could be a new window or a replacement door. Mike the Home Builder has the experience, more than 3 decades of experience, and his been advertising on this radio station for over 15 years. And on top of that, he's a great guy as well. It's the Home Builders Network. Check them out online at hbnusa.com. When it comes time to doing the things around your house that need doing, go to hbnusa.com.
Can you trust your home flooring needs to a 17-year-old kid that was in the paint department yesterday? No! Deal directly with Corey, the owner at Core Flooring. He'll beat anyone's price guaranteed. Core Flooring in Winter Park. Online at coreflooringfl.com.
Why go to just another sports bar when you can go to Crush Yard? The food, amazing. The drinks, top shelf. Craft beers, a gajillion of them. And then the big surprise, pickleball, all indoor on pristine new courts. So that's it, right? Wrong, because we've also got ping pong, cornhole, and a full arcade for the kids. So, Kissimmee, when the temps rise, cool off with the best food, games, and fun at the hottest new spot in town. Visit crushyard.com and follow us on social for details. See you down at the yard.
Are you prepared for the future? At TK Law Firm, they understand the importance of securing your legacy. Whether you're looking for a will or trust, they can help. Don't leave your legacy to chance. Visit onefirmforlife.com for your free consultation. Protect what matters most. TK Law Firm, your partner in estate planning excellence.
When it comes to restoring cars, Diego's got skills. And with Total Wireless in his corner, the whole world sees them. With the dual camera system on his new iPhone 13, he can take amazing car photos and post them on the fly with super fast 5G, and even turn this hobby into a full-time gig. His claim to fame? Claiming iPhone 13 with 5G on us. Get iPhone 13 with 5G on us when you switch to the Total 5G or 5G Plus Unlimited 3-month plan. Total Wireless, in your corner. For limited time while supplies last. Valid in store. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires port in and ID verification. Restrictions apply.
Life looks pretty good behind the handlebars of a Harley, and that point of view is one that everyone agrees on. At Space Coast Harley-Davidson, we'd like to help you get some perspective on what's important. Right now, get 0% interest on select new 2024 Harley models. Get details at 866-826-9072 or spacecoastharley.com anytime. Ride the road and relax. Find your motorcycle and your soul at Space Coast Harley-Davidson.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Joe Rossi from Greenway Kia here. Tariffs are hitting the auto industry hard, but we're ready. We loaded up on brand new Kias across all 3 locations. Right now, they're in stock and tariff-free, with interest rates as low as 0% for 72 months. Plus, take $3,000 off any new 2025 Kia Sportage. We want to see you in a Kia. Visit greenwaykias.com.
Stock number SG292557. MSRP $30,840. Qualified applicants through KFA. 0 down. $13.88 per thousand borrowed for 72 months at 0% APR financing. Plus tax title license. $8.99 dealer. And $249.50 doc fee. Expires 5/5/25.
If you want your windows there in weeks, pick up the phone and just text Reese.
Real Radio is on Instagram at Real Radio 1041. Sponsored by the law offices of Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Have you been in an accident? Call the law offices of Anajar and Levine at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
This is the Jim Colbert Show on Facebook, Instagram, X, and YouTube, and right here on Real Radio 104.1.
Listening to your live read, Jim, growing up in Western Kentucky, we had Tater Day in Benton, Kentucky. And once at the Kentucky Derby, one of the guys I worked with at the radio station ran into Barbara Eden. He didn't recognize her, but he said, "Excuse me, were you Miss Tater Day last year?" And she said, "No, I'm Barbara Eden." And he said, "Oh, okay," and went about his day. Oh, it was a big old thing.
We're in Gainesville and we pay $1,200 a month. The highest was like $1,350 in the infants class.
Oof, God almighty, is he kidding?
Hey, Colbert Show. Just want to make one point. Making kids is not the same as having kids. Not as easy as it seems once they pop out.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
You're correct, buddy.
Anyway, that's it. Hey, guys, happy day.
it's not that the birth rate is down. It is tethered to the death rate. People are living too long. I know that's dark, but that's why the air quote entitlement programs aren't going to be solvent, is because people are outliving what they should be living. So medical science, while great, has done us a disservice that people are living longer and just being a drain on the system, point blank.
Yeah. And it's going to get worse, buddy.
That's why I'm doing my part, smoking as much as I can, drinking as much as I can.
Man, we hit a nerve with that.
I love you people.
So many texts during the break on that topic. I mean, a lot of people chiming in on that.
I'm still reading them.
$1,300 a kid in Gainesville. That is insanity. $1,300 a child for childcare.
I know. Yeah.
That's a mortgage. If you have more than one kids, that's a mortgage.
Yeah.
Yeah, literally. So
That's why,
how do people do that?
Well, I think some people will do the calculus to say, I will not work, I'll stay home, and then we'll homeschool. Instead, trying to cover for that. And
wow, man. I do not know how you guys do that. If you're paying $1,100, $1,200, $1,300 a month a child for child care, that is insane. Like, I didn't know it was like that. I thought it was between $500 and $800 a child. I had no idea it was over $1,000 a child.
It was a couple decades
How
ago.
can you afford that? Like, legit, how do you afford it? I mean, we got so lucky because when I was raised, before I got married to my wife Tori, I was married to a woman named Carla. She's passed away. God rest her soul. I mean, I think everybody's heard that. Russ's sister is my ex-wife. And when we were raising our daughters before I got married and adopted my wife's kids, it was just the two of us doing that. We got lucky because we had Russ's mom to watch our kids during the morning because we were both working. She was a teacher, and of course, I was running my print shop. So, we were so lucky that I would just get up, I'd drop the kids off, and then she would pick them up after she got off work at the school, which worked out perfectly for us. So we didn't really have to deal with childcare like that. I didn't. We're again so fortunate, and we also know other people. I think Ross has that situation with Olivia's mom. She gets to watch Miles while they work. I mean, of course, he works different hours, so when he can't, she will. That's also built in. I wonder how many other people lean on their in-laws or lean on their mom or dad to watch their kids because they can't afford childcare.
And how many in-laws feel like, I don't want you counting on me.
Right.
I would like, I'd like to help out, but I don't want it to be dependent to, be here for this.
I raised my children.
Yeah.
And then the other aspect, too, is then you have to remember, I mean, kids come home sick all the time from daycare. So then you have to worry about, them being sick and you needing to take a day off because now they're sick. And
you have to make sure the daycare that you're getting is quality. I mean, remember that spate of stories we had 4 or 5 years ago when daycares were leaving kids in vans and, kids were getting dropped off at the wrong address and stuff. I mean, so getting quality daycare, I'm guessing, is even more expensive. I mean, that have maybe people who are licensed to handle issues, emergency issues with medical issues, things of that nature.
Yeah, exactly.
And let me tell you, man, like I've said 100 times since AI started, and I'll say it 100 times over again, and all you have to do is read a little bit to see it. You think the life expectancy is bad now? You think us taxing our resources is bad now? Wait till the average life expectancy is 85, which is coming in about 10 years when that happens, as they start whittling down these issues with AI, as they're able to use it to do these tests that humans would take 10 years to do, and they're doing it in hours or a weekend. And that's happening right now. With Alzheimer's and Parkinson's and other diseases, they're figuring it out. They're literally disassembling the disease, and they're figuring it out.
The worst part is they'll get all of those answers just as the resources run out.
Exactly right. No water.
It'll be a zero-sum game there.
You're going to live to 120. I got bad news for you. You're going to die of thirst.
Exactly. Exactly. It's just like the movie Don't Look Up, right?
Yeah.
They thought they escaped, and then... Well, I don't want to do spoiler alert.
Well, again, in a very kind of dystopian kind of society, one of the things I started thinking about, I don't know about you guys. You ever think sometimes and think, oh, that'd be a good movie? or that'd be a cool book or whatever.
Right.
So when the AI thing hit and I started kind of really paying attention to how it's affecting medicine and how it affects the ability to test things at an exponential rate, considering what an entire laboratory of scientists could do, this thing can do by itself in minutes.
The FDA just stopped animal testing.
Exactly. They don't have to anymore because the thing is, once you get the information, then the humans start testing it to make sure the efficacy is perfect, and then they move on. So what you're going to see now is a drug that would usually take 5 to 8, maybe 10 years to make it to the market. Those drugs are going to make it to the market in 18 months now, maybe less. And so in 10 to 15, 20 years, within my kids' lifestyle, and I've already talked to them about this, you're going to see advancements in medicine that you've never even thought would be capable with AI. And it's just going to get smarter and more capable, which means you'll live longer, which means, I mean, theoretically, if you're looking at this in a movie sense, I mean, you have to look at population control in some way, shape, or form. Because the resources, I mean, there's only so many resources, especially when we're not really making an effort to save the ones that we have.
Right.
We're not making an effort to keep our water or air clean. There's no effort. Matter of fact, they're rolling back things right now for the EPA to unprotect things like that. They're doing it right now as we speak. This administration is rolling that back, rolling these protections the EPA have had in forever, based on it being regulation. Your water is going to be poison. It already is in the Midwest. It already is in Michigan. In Idaho, where they're fracking, it's poisoning their water. It's on fire.
Do you want me to start crying right now, or can I do it later?
But what I'm saying is, I mean,
Wait till later.
this all kind of boils down. This whole what was it called? A pronatal thing. They're not thinking out the problem. They don't. I mean, this is just something they can sell online. They're not really thinking past the actual hurdles that humanity is looking at in the next 100 years. And it's 100 years. It's not 1,000 years. This isn't 2,000 years away. This is legit 50 to 100 years away.
That's okay. They fired all the people who could tell us about that.
You're right. They shut all those agencies down.
Yeah, so we won't know.
They pulled that from the website. There's nothing out there.
In Florida, they banned the word climate change from the website?
Yes.
Well, they apparently they went through all the search in the Fed and they just typed in some keywords, and whatever came up in there, they would blow out.
Because that makes it go away.
That's why they had to replace Harriet Tubman's a picture on that website. Because they thought that when I think the word slavery or race or something like that was put in, it omitted. They just put it back on there. It omitted her It omitted her picture from the website because he considered it racially divisive.
Yeah, well, they're kind of talking about the Underground Railroad, but anyway, just a small minor detail.
That's exactly what they were talking about.
Small minor detail.
All right, 407-916-1041. You can always text us at 77031.
One moment, Jack.
We're doomed.
Thank you.
Did you ever see Did you see the 3 best small towns in Florida? Did you already see who they were?
I just saw that our town wasn't in it, so I don't really remember the names.
Okay, let's do this then. Okay, so what do you think should be there based on the small towns in Florida that you know about? And this is 25,000 or fewer people. What do you think would be there?
Palatka, Bithlo, and Taintsville.
Thank you, Jack. I appreciate that. They call that the triumvirate.
I would go with Tavares.
Tavares is not in there.
I think they should be.
Mount Dora's not in there.
No, I think Mount Dora is bigger than 25,000.
Is it really?
I believe so.
No, is it really?
I think it is, yes.
I thought maybe Oviedo would be in there, but I think Oviedo does have more than 25,000 people.
Oh,
well,
yeah.
Not anymore since they got rid of their chickens. Screw Oviedo.
They have UCF.
Number three in Florida, I thought for sure would be one of these around here up in Lake County or something like that.
I apologize. Actually, the population as of 2023 is 17,756. So, yeah, Mount Dora should have been on that list.
Yeah, it could have been on that list for sure.
Absolutely.
A lot of these lakeside towns or little seaside towns in Florida are perfect for stuff like that. One of them, the highest rating one in Central Florida or in Florida, was Inverness.
Oh.
Which is over on the West Coast going toward like Brooksville, I believe, in that area. That's where we stayed when we went scalloping over there, is Inverness.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Little downtown. And it is a beautiful downtown. I think it was, they said they restored their 1912 courthouse.
Oh, yeah, it's beautiful.
It says 46-mile Withlacoochee State Trail that is up there. Of course, Fort Cooper State Park, Henderson Lake, all of that stuff up there. They have that.
Beautiful area.
And number 5 in Florida, I'd never even heard of. Well, actually, I have because I did Where Are You At there for a while. But Safety Harbor.
Where's that located?
Do not have any idea where Safety Harbor, Florida is.
Let's check it out.
No clue. But all they list there, it says they have some downtown shops, some eateries and art galleries.
It's in Pinellas County on the west shore of Tampa Bay.
So that's so actually not far from Inverness then.
No.
And it says they have a farmer's market. Look. Nothing they sold me. Nothing they sold me here makes me believe that should be on the list.
More than Mount Dora.
And then number 8 is within our listening audience.
New Smyrna Beach?
No. Good one, though. That's a good one.
I love New Smyrna.
I think that one's come and gone, though. I think they've already ruined that one.
I'll double down on Taintsville.
No, it's not a Taintsville thing.
Just west of Oviedo.
I'll give you an example.
East of Oviedo.
I'll give you a hint, Jack, and I think you can get it.
Okay.
They get really mad when they get called someone else.
Oh, Cocoa Beach.
Cocoa Beach is the answer.
Hey.
Yeah. They get really mad if you call it Cocoa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And
Don't call us Cocoa.
Cocoa Beach is cool. That little downtown area is pretty badass. Have you guys been over there?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that little, is it like the, what
Beautiful.
they call it, the garden or what's that downtown
Cocoa
area
Village?
called? Yeah, Cocoa Village. That's it. Yeah, it's very cool. Lots of good restaurants and little bars over there. I haven't been over there in a minute. But I know driving down there is kind of odd because you just drive into like a totally different town altogether.
But still cute.
Yeah, it's very cute. But yeah, those are the three that made the list in Florida of the best little small towns in the South. It says here. It says relaxing getaways, cultural immersion, outdoor adventures, culinary delights, all of that stuff. All with a population less than 25,000 people. And it's 10 little small towns here in Florida. The topping the list was Starkville, Mississippi. Never heard of it.
No.
But Mississippi does have some cool little towns, but they all kind of tell the same story. We were really big when cotton was around.
You said Starkville, Mississippi?
They're still holding on, huh?
Yeah, we did really good about, let's say, 80 years ago. Then something happened, and then things changed dramatically. Yeah. Mississippi is an interesting state. If you ever want to feel what real heat is like, just go to Mississippi during the summer. That is the hottest I've ever experienced. Hot is in Mississippi in the middle of the summer.
Really?
Yeah.
More so than Florida.
It was okay. So you have the humidity here, right?
Yeah.
But okay, we have breeze though here in Florida, right? Even when it's humid outside, almost always in this state, the air is moving in some way, shape, or form. Do you guys agree with that or no?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Most of the time we have a breeze of some sort. Mississippi does not have that. So 100% humidity, 98 degrees, no air moving.
Oh.
And it's low. Like it's low when you go through the delta up there, you know?
Right.
It's low, so it's double humid. It is so bad, and there's nothing there. It is an abysmal state. It really is.
Wow.
Bad education. Everybody's health is the worst.
Yep. They usually come in last.
Lowest income, lowest health. All the health meters are all like low.
Say it, Jack.
Never, ever. Let's make it a point. Never bring up Cocoa again on this show.
Oh, what happened? Are they already doing it?
Cocoa Village is part of Cocoa, not Cocoa Beach.
Okay, my apologies.
Oh, here we go.
My apologies. See what I'm saying?
Oh,
See, immediately.
yeah.
It's like saying Melbourne and West Melbourne.
See, why are you poking the bear again?
If you call somebody from West Melbourne, or it's the other way around. If somebody says I'm from Melbourne and it's like West Melbourne, Melbourne people don't like West Melbourne.
No, they
people.
look down on West Melbourne.
Yeah. They look down on
like
them.
Cocoa Beach looks down on Cocoa.
Right. They think they're less.
Where's the Cocoa Village thing?
Yeah,
Never mind.
That's in Cocoa.
Right.
but-
Okay.
So they're saying, hey, we got this. And, if you lived in Cocoa, you'd be, saying, hey, you don't give this to Cocoa Beach, too.
Right.
Yeah.
This is ours.
They get the damn coastline.
Right. That's like if you live, it's like little cities in Orlando. Like if you live in College Park, you'll say, where do you live? You'll say College Park. But if you live in Pine Hills and somebody asks you, like Orlando.
No, that's when you say Metro West.
Yeah, Metro West, right? I used to tell people I lived over in Queenswood, which was over in the Kingswood area, like Lee Road I-4. And I'd be like, I'm College Park adjacent.
Right.
Jim, you seem like a world traveler.
Yeah.
When you travel and someone says, where are you from?
I say Orlando.
There you go.
Yeah, I live in Eustis, but I say Orlando. Yeah. It's just easier for people to kind of get an idea. And
Absolutely.
Then they say, where in Orlando? And I'll go, well, I'm just a little outside of Orlando, about 20 miles outside of Orlando, a little town called Eustis. That's what I say.
No, I say in the Epcot Ball.
Yeah, do you really? Do you do the same thing? You say Orlando?
Always.
Yeah. You, same thing?
Nope.
You always say Mount Dora?
Say Mount Dora.
Yeah, they don't even know where that is. They don't think that's in Florida, do they?
No, they're like, huh?
Exactly, because it's got the word Mount in it.
Exactly.
That's why I say Orlando, to cease further conversation.
All right, 407
Shocking.
916-1041. Text us 77031. Load them up. It's time for trivia. It's time for Pick the Porn.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, boy.
Do you want to play a game? Good. Jim Colbert Show Trivia is next. Call now, 407-916-1041.
Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network, presented by DraftKings, an official partner of the NBA.
The Magic visit Indiana tonight. Orlando's already locked up the East 7th seed and home court advantage in the play-in tournament. A much-needed win will be in reach for the Rays tonight when they host Atlanta. Tampa Bay's dropped 6 of their last 7 after they fell to the Angels on Thursday. And Justin Rose, he set a Masters record yesterday by claiming at least a share of the 18-hole lead for the 5th time. That broke a tie with Jack Nicklaus. I'm Scott Davidson.
Check out what DraftKings has to offer this season with code SPORTS, because life's more fun when you're in on the action. DraftKings, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Age and eligibility restrictions apply. Void where prohibited. See DraftKings.com for details.
Guys, make the most of your spring. Visit the Kennedy Space Center Visitor Complex. That's the only place where you can meet an astronaut, touch a moon rock, and stand nose to nose with the real, actual Space Shuttle Atlantis and so much more. And if you haven't been over in a while, you got to get over. If you haven't seen the Atlantis display, it is an absolute must. This is like 7th on the list of best theme parks in the U.S., and there's a reason why. It's awesome. It's hands-on, telling the story of NASA from day one until right now, and it's the only place where you can actually feel the excitement of rocket launches up close and explore those spacecraft that are leading tomorrow's discoveries, from historic rockets to the latest in space exploration. There's a little something for everyone. And parents, I'll tell you, as a parent, when you take your kids over, they're going to love it because it is hands-on. You can play with this stuff. You can flip the switches. You can do all the cool stuff. Grab your tickets today. Learn more at KennedySpaceCenter.com.
At Mayo Clinic in Florida, we are conquering the unconquerable. Our experts are leading the way with innovative regenerative medicines and biotherapeutics that can repair diseased, injured, or defective tissues and organs to help treat people with chronic medical conditions. We're making more possible at Mayo Clinic because every day we're doing what's never been done. Learn more at mayoclinic.org/possible. Mayo Clinic, you know where to go.
It's Ram Truck Month, where right now at your local Ram dealer, well-qualified current Chevrolet, Ford, or GMC lessees get a low-mileage lease on the 2025 Ram 1500 Bighorn Quad Cab 4x2 for $369 a month for 42 months with $3,999 due at signing. Tax, title, license extra, no security deposit required. Call 1-877-RAM-5722 for details. Requires dealer contribution and lease through Stellantis Financial. No turn-in of competitive vehicle required. Extra charge for miles over 35,000. Not all customers will qualify. Residency restrictions apply. Take delivery by 4/30/25.
This is big. Rent-A-Center's biggest discount is on. From April 6th to April 12th, take 50% off the total cost to own on all items in-store or online, only at Rent-A-Center. 50% off offer reduces the total amount necessary to acquire ownership pursuant to rental purchase agreement. Offer valid on new agreements entered into April 6, 2025 through April 12, 2025. Participating locations only.
You don't know what you're missing until you see the difference. Imagine waking up and seeing clearly. No glasses, no contacts, just crystal clear vision. At the Filatowski Eye Institute, we make that dream a reality. Experience the freedom of life without lenses. Your best vision is waiting. Schedule your free consultation today with the Filatowski Eye Institute. Simply dial pound 250 and say better vision. That's pound 250, keyword better vision. You'll have the option to receive a one-time auto dial text message from iHeartMedia. Here in Orlando, we know life doesn't slow down for anything, especially a broken garage door. Since 2002, Precision Garage Door has been proudly serving the Orlando community. Local and reliable, that's what makes them different. Their vans are fully stocked, so when you call, their fully vetted techs are ready to provide you with same-day service. Whether it's a stuck door or a snap spring, they have you covered right when you need it most. We know a broken garage door can't wait, which is why we're always prepared to help by keeping our vans fully stocked. Call Precision Garage Door today or visit them online at PrecisionGarageDoor.com. Precision Garage Door. Garage doors done right.
Everyone deserves a fast and reliable connection, one that helps better their everyday through the things they value most: friends and family, education and career. A connection that opens pathways to opportunity and builds roads to a better future. At Spectrum, we're committed to delivering just that every single day. Because with the right connection, anything is possible. That's Life Unlimited. That's Spectrum.
From the very beginning, iHeart has believed in me.
Even now, I still get excited when I hear one of my songs playing on the radio.
Thank you, iHeartRadio, for honoring the truth I've fought for in my music.
Because we believe in the power of music. All your favorite artists, all in one place. The free iHeartRadio app.
Trust him, Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will.
How about right now? Trust and Will makes creating your will easy, like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust and Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 20% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
Hush, little baby, yes you can. Mama's gonna buy you a prepaid plan. And with that Florida prepaid plan, Mama's gonna send you to college land. And when you're free to pursue your dreams, Mama's gonna watch your future beam.
With a Florida 529 prepaid plan, you can save for your little one's future. Plans start at $29 a month. Open enrollment ends April 30th.
This earful of Real Radio is brought to you by Tools Ace Hardware. The Jim Colbert Show.
How's it?
How's it?
Happy Aloha Friday to all the Ohana out there. Anyway, brother Jim, please, no reveal any of the mea huna on the Masters tournament. On my way home right now, got it recording. And yeah, typically major tradition. I get all my work completed on the Wednesday, so I have nothing to do but vegetate and watch Augusta for the whole weekend. Anyway, have a good one, everyone. Aloha.
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 Yeah, I only have one question for Jimmy. How many different ways do you have to kill a person? Because you're really good at it. And I had one and I sent it to Jack in text.
Please don't.
It wouldn't kill him. But it'd be painful.
Okay.
Painful. Then they could take you to where you're going.
Horrifying. Absolutely horrifying. He said that from a bunker.
He's also inspired by how you kidnap Fayez each week.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah. That's a bad sign for me.
Yeah, but I think you should start preceding these fake kidnappings with, please don't try this at home.
Yeah, don't do that, please. All right, welcome back. I'm Jim. There's Deb.
Hello.
Jack is here, and he's got the Jackie sack. Let's find out what's in it. All aboard.
Chugga chugga.
Choo-choo.
Clickety-clack, clickety-clack.
We have a couple of prizes, and one is an event happening tomorrow night. The weather will be perfect. So you might like to check out Brews Around the Zoo at the Central Florida Zoo. It's happening tomorrow at 5 p.m. where you can enjoy access to more than 35 craft beers, access to wine samples, and live music. They may still have some VIP packages available. I know you can check that at centralfloridazoo.org.
Yep.
And you can see what's available for you, but enjoy that. The weather should be perfect. Also, if you want something maybe a little further ahead on your calendar, how about August 19th?
Whoa.
At the Hard Rock Live Orlando.
Nice.
For UB40, the Relentless Tour. If you want to see some UB40, enjoy your red wine, head to the Hard Rock Live in Orlando on August 19th. Those are the two prizes in today's Jackie Sack.
So right back at you, clickety-clack.
All right, man. 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5.
As always, let's kick it off with a threesome.
All right, let's do the 3. David, how you doing, David?
Hey, good, Jim. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing good, buddy. You want to play a little Pick the Porn with us?
Sure.
All right, let's do it.
Now you can put a lifetime of research to work and maybe win a prize. It's time for Pick the Porn on the Jim Colbert Show.
Thanks. Dan really got into that one. I got to
Yeah, he did.
All right, David, it's Friday, buddy. That means it's another time for a round of Pick the Porn. All right, here are 3 actual adult film titles and 1 lie that needs you to watch the kids while mommy makes this money.
Times are tough, kids, and childcare ain't cheap.
All right, David, you ready?
Yes, sir.
All right, buddy, here we go. Number 1, Hook, Line, and Stinker.
Oh, no.
Number 2, Stranger at the Back Door.
Oh, another one. Oh.
Number 3, Call Your Insurance.
Oh.
Or lastly, Squatter. Which one of those is a lie?
Number 1.
That's the one, buddy. You're a winner.
Oh, no way.
Damn it. 2 weeks in a row, they got me on the first. Man, I thought for sure that Call Your Insurance would have been a fake. They would have, they're like, there's no way. That one's crazy. That one's crazy.
Real.
That's a real movie. That's a real movie. And you know what the front of the
Can
cover
you
is?
even tell us?
It's just the dude standing there. And you understand while he's warning, like, you might want to call your insurance.
Oh, my God.
Before we get started here. I want to get those guys on hold.
Suture, stat.
I thought up Hook, Line, and Stinker, and I'm sorry. The movie actually was called Hook, Line, and Sinker.
Right.
And I was like, oh, nailed it.
Nailed it.
Stranger at the Back Door is pretty self-explanatory.
Yeah.
Okay, and then
real title.
Squatter is another self-explanatory. That's a very special feature. That's a tab I usually don't click on, as you might imagine.
Just knocked my tooth out. That's what she said.
That one.
I'm having trouble figuring out why that would be.
Well, there's a certain discipline in the world of particular categories when it comes to that.
What are you, like a Roomba or something?
Oh, boy. He's talking off mic. Something he can't say on the air.
Ew.
Yeah, ooze. Yeah. That's one of Did you not know that?
No.
Yeah, that's a thing.
Because there's like, you know.
Well, no. Dudes like to watch that. That's the movie was just dudes watching that.
You guys are weird.
Yeah.
Don't look at me. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Oh, yeah,
but
do.
if there's anybody in this room who'd be into anything, it'd be you over there.
Settle down.
Jack's the one that texted that to me.
Did he really?
Yeah.
Hey, here's one of my favorite titles from my personal collection.
A couple others that did not make the list.
Oh, here, gird your loins.
Man, I'm a little mad. That's 2 weeks in a row. I got to do
know.
better, man. I try to make them funny, and then I do want them to fool people, so I get to read them a couple times.
Dude, Call Your Insurance should have been the fake one.
Yeah.
Probably was fake.
One that didn't make the list was Tug of Love. Backpackers.
No.
And then Shag the Hag. That's from the international tab.
Is it really?
Yeah, the international tab.
Okay.
Yeah, dude is dressed like Austin Powers.
Oh, there we go.
And she's dressed like a panda bear for some reason. I don't get it.
That whole furry scene. What was the first one that didn't make the cut there?
Tug of Love. I mean, that's pretty easy. He's a boat captain. I'm just joking. He's not. He's not a boat captain at all, Jack. Turns out. He's like, matter of fact, he's not driving anything. Something is being driven by him, though. Mm-hmm. Yep. Somebody has a hold of the rudder.
Steering it to open seas.
The old rudder.
Arr.
Yeah. Damn, man. That sucks. I'm going to make it better next week. So
Are you?
But yeah. I'm going to make it really tough next week.
You promise? You're going to try?
Yeah.
No.
Well, I
Hook,
tried
Line,
this
and
week.
Stinker was a good one.
I thought that was fun.
I thought it was.
And that's coming from him, who normally can't make eye contact for the entire bit.
I kind of like that one.
You did laugh.
I should have said hooker, line, and stinker. I got to get to work on that.
Yeah.
You won't get it first time next week. I guarantee you that.
Oh, no. And don't make it number 3.
No, I will not.
Okay.
All right, 407-916-1041. You can always text us at 77031. Young people are experimenting with something that I probably wish I would have experimented with when I was a kid or younger, and I'll tell you what that is right after this.
Ayahuasca.
It's never been easier to listen to Real Radio 104.1 wherever you go. Make us your number one preset on our free iHeartRadio app.
From the Clausman Law Traffic Center, car crash, call Clausman Law. ClausmanLaw.com.
There's an accident on the ramp from State Road 429 northbound to West Road, a crash on Florida's Turnpike northbound at US 192. Emergency crews are clearing up an accident on I-4 westbound at State Road 46. Traffic slowing down on all the major roadways tonight, so travel with caution. If you see traffic troubles, call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change traffic tip line at 866-676-8477. From the Traffic Center, I'm James Birmingham.
This report is sponsored by Rapid Radios.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies offering national LTE coverage and no subscription ever. A great alternative to a mobile phone for your kids. For a limited time, go to rapidradios.com and you'll get 60% off. Free UPS shipping. Add code radio and get an extra 5% off.
Guys, here in Central Florida, it is very important that your air conditioning works for you every single time. Now, I know we have a little bit of a cool front now, but you guys understand what's on the other side of that. You know Florida. You know how Florida is. It's going to be hot soon, and I mean miserably hot. hot, you need to ask yourself, is your AC ready for another brutal summer? If you even think there's a possibility it isn't, it's time to make a call to our friends over at Mills Air. Let them use their 30-plus years of experience to keep you nice and cool. Here's why this is very important. Leon Mills himself asks me to tell you guys that, look, man, this is when you get your preventive maintenance for your AC. This is when you get the tune-up before the summer hits. That way you don't have to wait when it does hit, and everybody's trying to get that done. Their techs can service all the brands. Don't worry about what kind of AC you have, but check this out. If you do happen to need a new unit, they are Carrier Factory authorized dealers. That's important. It could get you up to $1,275 in rebates towards a brand new Carrier unit. You can always turn to the experts at Carrier, and you can always turn to family-owned and operated Mills Air. Call these guys today and schedule that important appointment. It's easy. 407-277-1159. Find them online at millsair.com.
Thank you for making Mercedes-Benz of South Orlando one of the premier luxury dealerships in Central Florida. We are the official dealer of luxury, providing the ultimate VIP experience at a price you can afford. Call Monica Ventura at 689-319-7680. That's 689-319-7680. We guarantee you will be treated like VIP and nothing less. Across from the mall at Millennia.
Hey everybody, Jim Colbert here for my friends over at FAS Exteriors. Man, I hired these guys a while back to install windows and doors into a couple of my houses here in Central Florida, and they killed it. Not only are the products amazing, them as people are wonderful. FAS stands for father and son, so you're getting a family business that really takes integrity to heart. These guys are awesome. Their expert team of window and door installers made my entire project seamless from the very beginning measurements all the way up to the final inspection, and they did do an amazing job. So good, the inspector from the county asked me who installed it because the install was so perfect. And they've been doing it since 2005, so they had the experience you want. They've earned their spot here in Orlando as the top-rated window and door experts. So upgrade your home today with a team that delivers excellence. Simply visit FASWD.com and trust the leader in windows and doors.
The accident wasn't your fault. You shouldn't have to pay those bills. I'm Orlando injury attorney Mo DeWitt. I'll fight to make sure those responsible pay for your medical bills. Injured on the go? Just call Mo. JustCallMo.com.
Do you hear that? That's the sound of over 40 Greenway dealerships vying for your car when you trade it in at Greenway Kia. When dealerships compete, you win. We're offering as much as $10,000 over Kelley Blue Book for your trade. Curious what your trade's worth? Check it out now at greenwaykias.com. We want to see you in a Kia. From Greenway Kia, with 3 area locations to serve you.
All factory rebates to dealer, negative equity refinanced. There's a lot on the line in a divorce. Your home, savings, maybe even your kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce and the unexpected directions it can take, you need a partner you can count on. I'm Rick Julius, a partner at Cordell & Cordell. Don't let divorce take more than it has to.
Office in Orlando. Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell & Cordell's attorneys. Lisa Cargis, Florida resident partner. Rick Julius, licensed in Pennsylvania only. Online at CordellCordell.com.
The semi-annual event everyone waits for is here this weekend at International Diamond Center. Incredible savings across the board. Up to 20% off. Rings, bands, bracelets, earrings, pendants, plus thousands of designer engagement rings. Even all GIA certified diamonds are on sale. Acclaimed jewelry designers are here with all new collections. Save up to 20% and spread your payments over 3 years with 0 interest. 3 days only this Friday through Sunday, and only at International Diamond Center, Altamont Springs, Mall at Millenia, and Waterford Lakes.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Core Flooring Center in Winter Park is the go-to destination for flooring. Visit coreflooringfl.com.
Mom and Dad seem different after a European-style holiday on MSC Cruises.
Call us Cloud and Yvette.
The ship had restaurants, shops, and nightlife.
La Galleria.
And of course, American touches like an aqua park and a sweets shop.
American je ne sais quoi.
Mom, you're from Wisconsin.
Wisconsin, Kevin.
Book now and save up to 30% off, plus kids sale free.
MSC Cruises. Let's holiday. To book, visit msccruises.com or contact your travel advisor. Restrictions apply. Ships registered in Panama and Malta.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
Coming to you live from the JustCallMo.com studios. Accidents happen, but Mo's here to help. Injured on the go? Just call Mo. Visit JustCallMo.com or call 1-800-CALL-MO. This is WTKS-FM HD1 Cocoa Beach, Orlando. An iHeart radio station. Make us the #1 preset on your car radio and on the free new and improved iHeart radio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. You're listening to The Jim Colbert Show.
Good afternoon, The Jim Colbert Show, Prince of the Island, Jimmy. My wife works at Walmart. She's a stocker at night. She stocks men. And I'm a technician during the day. I have my kid. He's right now 17 years old. And we never went to any babysitter because what we did was she looks after him during the day and I look after him during the night, and that's how we did it. It's tough, but guess what? It works.
Hey JCS crew, Lacey here. Just have a question. Since the tariffs were enacted, has anyone felt the effects of those tariffs other than their 401k in stocks? Meaning, is your job compromised, or are you holding off on doing any major purchases or repairs? Thanks. Love the show.
Thank you. Good question.
Well, the president just announced today that tariffs on pharmaceuticals are coming soon.
Yeah, actually, I thought they were being instituted this week.
So, it's a hard thing to answer because the tariffs are on and off. It's kind of like a yo-yo.
Yeah, you don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, I'm not sure what actually has tariffs now.
Yeah,
except China.
Yeah.
Because it's like they've been on, then they call them back, and you know, at least fortunately had a slight positive effect on the last recall of tariffs.
Yes.
However, they say when it trickles down in cost, that takes months for tariffs to be in effect before you feel that.
Right, yeah. I've heard 2 months.
Yeah, the initial indicator is the stock market,
yes,
which is directly affected on 401ks. So that's that initial wave. And then right now, I don't know what tariffs are in place, but as far as consumer confidence, that is down.
The lowest it's been since 1952.
Deb, for example, was going to buy a car, hesitant to do so.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
I'm thinking about, I want to go, what's my vacation this year?
Sure.
Do I really want to do a big trip, or do I want to kind of maybe wait?
Yeah, sure.
So I see people are a little unsure.
Yep.
Right.
And uncertainty also is not something that's great for the stock market. And I've heard the Dow Jones described as a meter for the feelings of rich people.
Because most people don't have investments. I mean, if you have a 401k, it's invested in usually a 60-40 or 70-30, like Scott was talking about last week.
It's got a portion of it in there, though.
Yeah. You have some stock in there and then some bonds and stuff, usually heavier on the bonds than stocks, but, that's depending on your portfolio manager and how you like to roll. Maybe you've like a little riskier portfolio, probably more in stock. Solid portfolio, more in bonds. Welcome back. I'm Jim. There's Deb, and Jack is here as well. That is a good question. I would say that definitely my wife's business has been affected dramatically. I mean, dramatically. She's in the textiles business, and a lot of their textiles came from China. And when you deal with them, not only is it, there are all, what people don't realize, I guess, is there are already plenty of tariffs involved already. There are duties involved when you trade with these countries already as well. Those aren't mentioned. This was on top of, I think, 38% that already existed. So now my wife's company had to move all their business to other countries that had already made a deal with the tariffs, or that their tariffs were lower, and had to get out of China. And I will tell you, just from inside right now, in China, they are freaking the F out. They are freaking out. My wife talks to somebody who is in those factories over there every single day. The big textile factories that handle all the textiles that you wear here in America, all the big brands that you think are, all American, they're not. They're not. They're in China or Bangladesh or India or Cambodia or Vietnam or any of those spaces. China does the best because, again, when you can pay your employees $1.50 a day, it's amazing how you can control margins and control output. And when you can nationalize a company, if it's making too much money, that's also another good thing because in the Chinese government, they can walk into your company and say, you've done a great job. We appreciate it. You are now this manager. You don't own this company anymore. And they just say, it's ours. You nationalize it. And that happens all the time over there. And they deal with this people all the time, and they're losing their mind because this is really going to affect not only their economy, our economy as well. A deal will be made with China. It can't not be made. It's just a matter of when it's going to happen. Now it's an ego thing because of all the blowbacks that have happened here and because he's already had to retreat on some of the other stuff as well. And this isn't even factoring in the deal we have with Texas and Mexico when it comes to water. Did you guys know that Texas was the third biggest producer of oranges in the U.S.?
I did not.
They are. Florida, California, and then Texas. Or I think it's actually California, Florida, and then Texas. And Texas actually has a drought going on right now. And we have a deal that's gone back to the, I think, 70s, maybe even earlier before that we trade a certain amount of water with Texas and Mexico. We're supposed to get quite a bit of water from the Rio Grande, and they haven't done that. So now one of the actions that you see going to Mexico right now is because they violated this water rule. And Texas needs water. Matter of fact, their crops are in trouble right now. So there's a lot of moving parts here for this thing. It's crazy. But if you ask if there's someone's been affected, yes, my wife's company has been affected dramatically. And I don't know how that's going to affect us down the road. They're still going to be able to do business because the woman who runs that company is unbelievably savvy, as is my wife. And they immediately got on the phone and started making their contacts elsewhere. They're just one company. Anybody in the textile businesses, anybody that does business with China is in trouble. Anybody. And you guys don't, and this again, we're not even talking about shipping it from the West Coast once it hits those docks.
That's already a problem.
Because now those docks are getting backed up. They're already backed up. Even just 2 or 3 days have already backed up because now there's an inspection process to make sure the tariffs are being paid. That didn't happen before. That was just kind of understood. But now that it's so militant and we have this thing going, now all of that has to be inspected before it gets sent over, backing those up. I mean, I think their Christmas orders or their December orders have already been they're already calling customers and and by the way, the customers understand. The one positive with this is everybody's in the same boat. So the people who expect those products that are coming from China are all going to have to be in the same boat. All those are going to be sourced elsewhere now, and the weight's going to be the same for everyone.
The surprise to some will be the things you did not know came from China. Like you were talking about marijuana dispensaries.
Yes.
Oh, that's grown here.
Right.
However, the packaging
that it
comes in.
The little glass tubes for the vape companies, that comes from China.
There's, candle manufacturers made in America. However, the jars that come from China.
Yeah. Guys just texted and said our sign print shop feeling the effects. The stuff costs more and customers don't want to spend money right now. And by the way, you're talking about saving your, canceling your trip or whatever. I will tell you right now, we've been trying to launch this, a couple of events from the show for a while now. Holy Takamole was something that we really loved. The first year it was amazing. I've literally tried to launch that thing every year for the last 3 years, and I can't get anybody to bite on it. We just sealed a deal with the Boozy Brunch, and thank God it was because of Jason and Sue Chin, and because I've known them for a while, that they agreed to take that on. And even now with this, you wonder, is anybody going to be spending money to go out and enjoy themselves, and have a good time because they're worried about what's going to happen the next day? Like I told my wife when we were talking about all this, I said, you should just pause because this guy could change his mind this afternoon. He could change his mind tomorrow morning. All of this could end in a tweet tonight at midnight. You do not know the answer. And the other thing too is he keeps this close to his chest. He doesn't even tell his closest advisors because he hates leaks. So the leaks get out and it changes the plan. So he doesn't tell anybody, and he holds that stuff close to the chest. Even his cabinet members don't know about a lot of this stuff that's going on. Scott Bessent, who is the Secretary of the Treasury, couldn't answer questions on an interview the other day because he hadn't been told. So this is all just being kind of hovered by one person, and at the whim of that guy's decision, of course I'm talking about President Trump, at that whim, we will find out what's going to happen. But nobody knows from hour to hour. All of this could change before we get off the air today, by the way. You know that, right? It literally could change by the time we get off the air.
However, right now, China has escalated tariffs on the U.S. to 125%.
Yeah, they did that last night, I think. Yep. That's what my wife's company woke up to this morning.
Oh, God.
And again, that's on top of the duties. This is just a tariff, not the duty that they have to pay to get this stuff on and off these docks. It's even more than you know. But a lot of these companies are switching to other companies that do have production processes and production facilities that can handle this, some of them. But also you can't go into India and do business because of the deals we have over there that don't even have to do with tariffs. And their turnaround times are different. So it's just, again, everybody's doing the same thing. And you got to remember, not just us in the U.S., other countries are doing it as well, because now the countries that would order from us and it would come through China, that would happen as well. And that's why he hit Vietnam hard at first, is because China was kind of subverting some of the duties and taxes by shipping stuff to Vietnam first and then coming here, I believe. I think that's how it was going. So that's why he came. That's why all that happened with Vietnam at first. And of course, they ran over and tried to make a deal as quickly as possible. We'll see how it goes.
That's all you can do, right?
The thing is truthfully, my wife and I have had many conversations since this has started, because we both are, trying to figure out exactly what, because we're going to be selling a house soon. I know that's crazy, but we are going to be selling a house soon, because this is what we do. We move into houses, we rebuild them, and we sell them.
Wait a minute. What?
Well, later this year, but yeah, we're going to be doing that for sure. We're almost done. The kitchen's done now. We have 3 other things we have to finish before we consider what we're going to do. But, again, you have to wonder what down the road. Do you guys think a year in advance? Do you think 6 months in advance when you make plans in your life and everything? Do you guys have a schedule like that?
It depends on the size of the plan and the investment and what's involved.
Yeah.
But typically, no.
Yeah, typically no. Just like whatever's happening next weekend kind of thing.
Well, for the most part.
I'm not slamming you.
Usually, in the past, what we've done is in the beginning of the year, if we were going to go somewhere on a trip, we would look ahead and kind of plan that. When your kids are in school, you kind of have an idea on what that's going to cost and the time frame that they're going to be going through, either college or costs associated with that, or whether it's braces and stuff. So those things. But outside of that,
right. What do you think when people that are listening to us right now? What do you think their number one worry is when it comes to the tariffs and stuff? Like, do you think what do you think the number one concern is?
I think people are concerned about losing their job and not based on performance.
Yeah, in other words, their company losing money because of the tariffs, and then those companies having to cut back.
We have to lay people off.
Yeah, sure. And it's already happening. We know that, right?
Yeah.
And then how it's going to affect other businesses.
Yeah, because there's that chain effect, right?
I mean, if you have fresh memories of the Great Recession, at first it was the, car manufacturers started falling, and then businesses that relied on car manufacturing, I don't know, for say, automotive advertising.
Right, yeah.
So you started to see that domino effect, and industries that maybe weren't the first in the first wave started catching up people along the way. So like we did the travel story earlier this week in the JCS News and talked about how people, just like Jack said, they're unsure of their job, they're unsure of their retirement, they're unsure of the economy. So if they're going to do anything this summer, it might just be a road trip instead of taking a flight somewhere.
And retirement age people are even more freaking out, right? I mean, if you're out there, you're 65 years old, you're out there listening to the show, your 401k's down, 10%, whatever the case may be, 10, 15%.
And you don't have that much time to make it up?
Yeah, what do? Do you wait? I mean, let's say you're supposed to retire in a year. You obviously have to wait until it comes back. You can't, I get you don't have to. You can obviously still retire and the account will still earn money. But
it still causes an unnecessary stress. And now you add tariffs on pharmaceuticals. So people who have to rely on, medications, maybe Social Security, as well as 401ks. There's a lot more than just the 401k.
Yeah, I saw the eggs have gone back up, and gas is expensive right now as well. Gas, I paid $3.26 a gallon a week ago, and I've got a gas up today. And the cheapest I saw coming in was $3.25 or $3.26 a gallon.
Yeah, and eggs are what, record high?
Yeah, $7 a dozen right now. I think or 6.5 is the average or something.
Yeah,
healthcare needs. I think that's the other big stressor, because it can go anywhere from no cost to infinity.
Yeah,
and just you can go bankrupt in this country with a job and with health insurance and still go bankrupt.
Do you think if they put that it's so wild. You think if they put it up for a national vote for basically nationalized health care, do you think it would pass in the U.S. at a 60% margin?
60%?
Do you think 60% of Americans would vote for a nationalized health care plan?
I don't.
They pay one? Would they? I mean, do Canadians pay anything? I mean, it's just in their taxes, right? Because taxes in Canada are like, what, 48% or something? 45%?
It's tough. Do I think it'll pass? No. Why? Because I think the forces that don't want it to pass are better at, muddying up the waters. And
are those forces insurance companies?
I think, all the money behind it.
Yeah.
All the money behind the status quo.
Sure, yeah.
It's why it's hard to get, higher miles per gallon out of cars or more efficient cars because the status quo makes a lot of people a lot of money, and they're not so quickly to move away from a business model that's been working for them, even though for us it may seem short term.
And you see how people react to a shakeup. I mean, I think part of the plan here was with the tariff things to shake up the economy and change the way we look at how money is spent in the country. But again, you can't do that with a sledgehammer. You have to do it with a scalpel kind of thing. And I know that's a played saying, but it is true and accurate. That's why it's been used a lot
on a much smaller scale during the Biden administration when you try and go to renewable energy sources and clean energy and move away from fossil fuels. And, even that slow increment where it was, energy could cost a little more as we make this transition. But all they wanted to do is attack, politically, for political reasons, attack the other side. Look, you're paying more for gas. You're paying more for this because they won't do this. But long term, it makes a lot more sense to be the leader in clean renewable energy than to be buying it from down the road from someone else.
Right.
Because short term, we might be able to save money now, but if we're still dependent on a finite resource that's damaging our environment, are we really better off?
Yeah, I would agree to that 100%. Guy texts in says, I work for Habitat of Humanity for East Polk County. We're seeing a drop in our donations. Have been told that some of our cancellations are because of some of the tariffs. Yeah, man, I own a flower shop here. Between the increase on vases and flowers as a local business, I don't know that I'm going to be able to stay in business. Yeah. And then some people say, look, I think it's good we have too much crap. We buy too much crap. It's time to get used to having less crap. I got to tell you, my wife has a little bit of that mentality. She says that, if and we try to tell everybody when products are made in America, they're going to cost more. That's, one of the big things that people, when they look at it, like I just saw a thing the other day, your $65 tennis shoes now are going to be $180. Because if they're made in America, you can't pay somebody $1.50 a day to do that. You got to pay them $20 an hour in this country. My wife's company tried to do that in America at one point. They tried to produce a product in America. Not only was it twice as expensive, the quality was terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah. But, because nobody wants to work those jobs. So it's going to be a very interesting equation to work out. A lot of moving parts there,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if it was solvable easily, it would have been done years ago. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us at 77031. I'll pay that topic off here in a second. I'll tell you what kids are doing next.
Coming up tonight on Real Radio, at 7, it's a corporate time with Tom and Dan, brought to you by MyEternalVitality.com and Modern Plumbing Industries. At 8 p.m., it's Bungalower and the Bus. And at 9, we all find out what the hell Angel is listening to tonight on Real Radio 104.1.
There's an accident on Florida's Turnpike northbound approaching US 192, a crash on I-4 westbound at Sand Lake Road. An accident's partially blocking the ramp from State Road 429 northbound to West Road. Keep an eye out for an accident on the Beach Line eastbound near International Drive. If you see traffic troubles, call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change traffic tip line at 866-676-8477. From the Traffic Center, I'm James Birmingham.
This report is sponsored by Rapid Radios.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies offering national LTE coverage and no subscription ever. Perfect for instant contact with an aging parent. For a limited time, go to rapidradios.com and you'll get an extra 60% off, free UPS shipping, and add code radio for an extra 5% off.
Guys, spring is here and Tools Ace Hardware is here to help with 11 glorious locations with steel outdoor power equipment. That's what the pros use. You see it all the time on those landscaping trailers all throughout Central Florida. That orange and white, that's steel. It's the best. That's why they use it. And at Tools Ace Hardware, they service what they sell, which means you can bring in your steel equipment to their stores for any repairs or warranty issues. And don't forget, Tools is open 7 days a week with 1 to 2 day turnaround times on repairs and better pricing on labor than their competitors. Stop by for a tune-up on your equipment and take advantage of spring savings on lawnmowers, grass trimmers, edgers, and so much more. Shop for outdoor power equipment in-store or online right there at acehardware.com. It's Tools Ace Hardware, your local helpful place.
Car crash? Call Clausman. ClausmanLaw.com. That's KLAUSMAN.
It's never been done before. iHeartRadio and America's favorite TV show, Wheel of Fortune, come together for 1 week only. Music lovers from across the country play for incredible iHeartRadio experiences.
iHeartRadio Jingle Ball Concert.
Music Festival.
iHeartRadio Music Award.
And you can win too. Play along all week at wheeloffortune.com and you could find yourself at an unforgettable iHeartRadio event.
Start spinning. Good luck.
All this week.
iHeartRadio Week on Wheel of Fortune with me, Ryan Seacrest. Check it out.
Right now during the Jeep Celebration event, well-qualified current FCA lessees get a low-mileage lease on the 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee L Laredo 4x2 for $369 a month for 36 months with $3,999 due at signing. Tax, title, license extra. No security deposit required. Call 1-888-925-JEEP for details. Requires dealer contribution and lease through Stellantis Financial. Current vehicle must be registered to consumer at least 30 days prior to lease to qualify. Extra charge for miles over 30,000. Not all customers will qualify. Residency restrictions apply. Take delivery by 4/30. Jeep is a registered trademark.
Don't miss the wildest party in town. Brews Around the Zoo, presented by Wayne Dench, is back from 5 to 9 p.m. April 12th. Stroll the Central Florida Zoo and Botanical Gardens in Sanford and sip 35 craft beers, plus wine and seltzer. Grab a tasting trail pass for exclusive food items and enjoy live music. This adults-only party is all to support the zoo. Early admission and VIP ticket holders get in at 4 for even more fun. Get your tickets before they're gone at centralfloridazoo.org.
Are you worried about long-term injuries after an accident? I'm Orlando injury attorney Mo DeWitt. Before you settle, know your rights and know your options. Visit justcallmo.com. Let's make sure you're covered. Injured on the go? Just call Mo.
John is in a hot tub on his vacation. He earned 20,000 points by spending $2,000 with his Navy Federal Credit Union More Rewards card. To be clear, you don't have to vacation in a hot tub to redeem this offer. But John did, because the bubbles make him happy. Right now, you can earn 20,000 points when you spend $2,000 in the first 90 days. Offer ends January 1st, 2026. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA. Visit NavyFederal.org for details.
It's tax season, and your refund just found a new home, the saddle of a pre-owned Harley. Space Coast Harley-Davidson is rolling out the IRS Inventory Reduction Sale. Pre-owned bikes priced to move, some at 50% below original MSRP, and many still have the remainder of factory warranty. Don't let your refund sit. Put it towards 2 wheels and pure freedom. Shop now at SpaceCoastHarley-Davidson.com and lock in your ride before these bikes disappear.
So, you finally have some time to yourself. Even if it is just the car ride home, it's you time. And look at you. Do not disturb set before you even got in the car? Impressive. You've earned this moment to just chill and drive. This break is brought to you by Target Zero and the Florida Department of Transportation.
RC Hill here. It's tax season and I'm freaking out. My accountant says I have too many 2024s and they must go because I'm paying way over appraised value for your trade regardless of miles or condition. And I'll even help you save up to $10,000 on a new Mitsubishi with a lifetime warranty. Plus at RC Hill Mitsubishi, we're all about affordability. I've got over 200 certified used cars to choose from with rates as low as 0%. I'm RC Hill, your car dealer next door. Visit me at rchull.com.
Credit and $10 down required bank approval.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Roger Caron was 16 when first convicted.
Has spent 24 of those years in jail.
12 years in solitary.
Broke out of jail more than you ever prison in Canada.
The Go Boy podcast is the gritty true crime story of daring prison escapes, risky bank robberies, and swift police arrests. And the man who fought his way out of some of the darkest places imaginable to go from an ex-con to a best-selling author almost overnight. Open your free iHeartRadio app, search Go Boy, and start listening today.
If you want your windows there in weeks, pick up the phone and just text Reese. Radio. Radio.
104.1. You're listening to The Jim Colbert Show.
Good evening, JCS. Stage Job Steve here. I just wanted to call and say I love y'all's show. Obviously, I can't wait till the next challenge. Obviously, I will not jump on the stage. Never will not allow that for me to do it anymore.
Nope.
But anyway, I love it, guys. Thank you for doing what you do. Have a great day. Be out.
Good after morning, Colbert Carew. All right, Jimmy, I'm gonna set you straight. I used to live about a block outside of Cocoa Village, which is actually the downtown of Cocoa, not Cocoa Beach. So, wrong again, Jimmy. Big T out.
Thank you, buddy. Thanks.
Hey,
I don't mind
Jimmy,
being
I think the reason your wife wants less stuff in general is because of how often she has to repack it and unpack it.
You know, the funny thing is we were talking about that a little bit this morning. She was like, because we were obviously, how we do this. It's one of these things we have to deal with. This one's actually probably going to be a little faster than we thought it was going to be, maybe. Usually we like to stay 2, 3, 4 years before we do that, but this one maybe not that much. But she's like, we don't have that much stuff. I started looking around, I'm like, yeah, maybe we do. Her whole point was, by the way, to make stuff that lasts longer. And I would think they do that with iPhones. I mean, iPhone's a great product. It lasts forever. My phone's like, I have a 2011 phone or 2013, something like that. My phone's at least 10 years old. My laptop's 10 years old. It's 2015. It's a Mac. It runs like a top. My little Ford Ranger, as long as you change the oil in it, take good care of it, that thing will theoretically last to 200,000 miles. But, it's the fast fashion stuff. It's the way they build other certain things.
Oh, yeah. And the waste we create
That's the problem. Yeah. It's how accessible this stuff is that makes it like that. That's really the problem. Because my wife's like, make stuff that lasts longer, and they'll buy it and go, well, really, does that help? Because that also slows the economy down. If I'm selling an iPhone a week, or if I'm selling 2 iPhones or 5 iPhones a week, and because I make them better, I only sell one now, you can obviously see the problem. That's going to drive the cost of the iPhone up even more.
Yeah, and that's why they, were guilty of slowing down older iPhones, not supporting it. When you have new apps that come out that can't run on the other one. I have a desktop Mac that is 15 years old. It serves my needs perfectly for what I use that computer for. However, I haven't been able to upgrade the operating system for years on that.
Yep.
And now, the last time I hooked my phone up to try and add music to my phone, I can't update my phone anymore because it won't talk to the older
Exactly.
iMac.
Oh, wow.
I have an iPad. That iPad that I have, it's the second generation iPad that I bought from Daniel Dennis.
Yeah.
And it must have been 12 years ago, maybe longer than that.
Yeah.
And it still works. The problem is you can't update it. You can't get the new software on it. You can't put new apps on it or anything like that. And it's pretty slow. But we learned that Apple does that they can actually purposely slow down the stuff to make it seem inferior.
Same exact issue with an iPad with the Major League Baseball app, because what I would like to do is either if I'm watching something else or playing my video game, I could bring up the Yankee game, put it on the iPad, watch that. But now it won't update the app anymore, so I can't use it for that.
And our friend Lacey, who listens all the time, and she's sweet as hell. She always sends us cool stuff. She said, well, you know what? You're wrong, Jimmy. There are a lot of people that would like those assembly jobs and doing that. We just want a fair living wage. And I go, well, that's your problem. That small sentence, fair living wage, is the problem. Because in China, in a lot of these countries, they don't have the human rights issues that we do. They don't have the enforcement of that. So they can pay an employee $1.50 an hour or $1 a day or $20 a day.
Jimmy, just give us time.
I think the average, matter of fact, I believe the average employee at these factories that we know over there makes between $600 and $800 a month. That wouldn't come close to paying a third, not even a fourth, maybe a fifth of your monthly nut in the U.S. And that's if you live very, very frugally. That would not work. That's the problem, because every dollar you add to your salary to make that product, it has to go to the customer. And the product that China is producing for $10 in America is going to cost $25 or $30. Therefore, that product isn't desirable anymore. So it doesn't matter about your living wage doesn't really come into play here. You have to control the entire environment in which it runs to be able to control that. And China does. Because, again, there's no human rights there. I mean, very little anyway. And they can control all the media. They control everything. We already know the propaganda that's there because we have contacts in China, and we already know what they're telling their people there. And it's exactly the opposite of what's they control all the message. All their television is controlled. Their media is controlled. Every piece of information that you get as a Chinese citizen is from the Chinese government. It's not like America. You have no leverage as a worker. You can't do anything. You work and that's it. They tell you what you're going to do and that's it. You can't do that in America. You can't tell Jim Bob or Billy or Philip or whomever they're going to work for $3.50 an hour because we have laws against that. But in China, they can do that. We have set minimum wages here. And then you have to worry about being competitive. Yeah, man, it's a much bigger issue. It's a much more complicated issue than just kind of saying it during a news conference that you're going to fix it with one move. That's dumb. You can't do that. That is so short-sighted and really completely and utterly dishonest. Literally, at its heart, it's dishonest. Welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show. I'm Jim. There's Deb.
Hello.
Jack is here as well.
Yeah.
All right, so let's get out of here on something a little fun. New York Times today had a really interesting story about what it says young people. When you hear young people, is that millennial or is that like Gen Z?
Z.
That's Gen Z, you think? Well, I think
millennials are 30s.
Yeah, they're in their 30s, right?
Right. Yeah.
So Gen Zs are anywhere from like what, 22 to 32 or 3 or something like that.
Yeah, I would say.
This girl's 30. The one they use her. Her name is Marina, and they use her an example. She's 30 years old, and the thing that's happening here is kind of. Do you remember when we talked about sabbaticals?
Yeah.
Do you remember that? That's
Yes.
kind of what this is. What's happening here in America to some people is they are taking they're doing mini retirements. A mini retirement. Now, again, as a young man, I would have loved to be able to afford to take a mini retirement. But what they're saying is these are people that have a little bit of savings and really not even a lot. It's a little bit of savings, enough to maybe sustain themselves for a couple months or whatever. And what they're doing is, instead of saving that money for the future, like we talk about with Scott Brown all the time,
right.
They're using that money at this point in their life to enjoy their life.
Yeah.
If they get laid off or if they get tired of their job, they're just quitting and they're not worrying about going back to work. They're using the money that they would use in retirement to keep themselves alive, to do the things they want to do now. They're not waiting until they're retired. And I think what's happening is people are looking at their parents. No differently than we looked at our boomer parents and realized, man, these guys never take a day off. These guys don't take care of their health. These guys smoke all the time. These guys drink all the time. These guys live by the rules of the government. And that's why Gen Xers, like you and I and Jack, we are considered kind of the rogue generation because we were latchkey kids. We were a bit wild. Our parents were too busy working to take care of us. They were post-World War parents. They were coming out of there and doing the best they could. And with us, it's a little different. So we're feral. That's why Gen Z people, like we are very reliable, and we work hard, and we're a little gnarly.
Well, we're Gen X.
Or Gen X. I keep doing this wrong. But the Gen X ones, we're a little gnarly.
Oh, we're very gnarly.
And the Gen Z people see that, and they're saying, well, I don't want to do that. I don't want to see the stress of my parents continuously worrying about where that next dollar is coming from, how I'm going to feed my kid. And they're like, they never take vacations. They never enjoy themselves doing anything. And they're like, I ain't going to be a part of that.
Well, I wonder if as well they're just wondering if any of that is even going to be available
That's the other
when
thing.
they would reach retirement age. So rather than save the money and wait only to find out,
Also,
you can't.
They're able now, Deb. That's what I'm saying. You're 30 years old. Let's say you've saved a few $1,000s and you start to kind of move that toward your retirement. I mean, and you look at your mom and dad. Your mom and dad's 65 years old. They waited their entire life to live their life, and now they're only able to do certain things because their age is limited to them to go hiking or camping or do that canoe trip down a river they wanted to, or go kayaking in the Arctic or something. You know,
now you can't do it because your body hurts.
That's the whole point, right? So they're going to do it at 30 years old instead of waiting until they retire. And I guess the whole point is once they get their job, they're going to reboot and start saving again and not really worrying about what's going to happen down the road and living their life now in the moment. That's kind of a new little movement. And this New York Times piece is actually a very interesting piece. Again, a very long read, but worth every minute of it.
That long-form journalism getting you again.
Yeah, I love it. I love reading this stuff so much. But yeah, she says...
I love how Jim describes art. It's a long one. To me, I'm like, okay, good. I don't have time. Too long. I don't have time.
Well, what happens is these writers are very good. So they kind of told this or dole the story out little by little.
In depth,
yes.
too.
Yeah, it is. And she's like, I had more time to work out. I bought a bicycle. I started riding my bike and stopped riding and started using my car. Matter of fact, she dropped her insurance on her car. Her car just started, just kind of didn't use her car at all. Didn't have to pay for the gas. Didn't have to do any of that stuff. And just started riding her bicycle everywhere. And going to bookstores and just sitting there, going to shops and just kind of hanging out and doing the things she wanted to do, reading books, watching movies, and just enjoying herself. That's a dream world, by the way.
Yeah, exactly.
That is a complete dream world. I don't think even if I could have done that, I would have.
Yeah, no, because then I'd be worried about the next. What's next?
Yeah. It says here for most people in the U.S., being able to save enough money not to have to work is a far away ideal. That anxiety, especially for people closer to retirement, has only risen in stock markets the more they've grown volatile in response to global tariffs. Discontented employees who do not have the means to leave the workforce have turned to quiet quitting. We've heard that.
Yeah.
Or acting your wage is another thing they talk about saying.
You don't want that.
Or just using their vacation days whenever they can. But now many younger workers are opting not to wait until retirement. They're leaving an extended gap between jobs to invest in other parts of their life and learning more about themselves and kind of doing the things they want to do. And then once they have that sabbatical, that 3 or 4 or 5 months, they'll go back to work, and they'll save money and do it again. What an interesting way to live life. You know what this is like, right? This is like being a ski bum.
Right, yeah.
Have you ever heard the lives of like guys who do that seasonal work at resorts the move used to be you would come to Florida during the summer and you would lifeguard. Right, you'd pick up a job lifeguarding or doing stuff around the beach, and then when winter hit, you would go to Michigan. I think is it Treetops? That's golf. Colorado was definitely one, but there was another specific area they would go to, and they would go up there, and they would be ski trainers or ski people. They would work at the ski resorts and live up there and do that. And let me tell you, when they explain that life, I'm like, man. Get me that application. I'm serious. It sounds wonderful, man. You talk, now again, there's no long-term retirement in that. There's no security down the road in that. But these people are 25 years old.
Right, exactly. Just living their life.
Yeah, just living 25 to 30 or 32 or 3 years old, just doing what the hell they want.
That's when you should be doing this
right.
stuff.
And that's the whole point of this midnight retirement thing. As people watch their parents struggle every single day, like we were talking about earlier, could you imagine raising kids? We got so many texts by that.
Yeah.
I mean, people losing them are like, look, man, you don't want to be out there with no kids right now. You don't want to be doing that right now, man. Nobody wants to be doing that right now. $1,400 a month, all in for that stuff. And by the way, somebody corrected me. $300,000 is what it costs to raise a child from infancy until like into the college years. $300K a kid. That means I got $1.2 million in a kid.
Right.
I think mine's 90s money though. Thank God. Mine's a little less there for sure. All right.
They've depreciated.
Yeah. All right. 407-916-1041. You can always text us at 77031. Deb, you got some news for us?
Yeah. A convicted killer mistakenly released from jail is captured again.
Horrifying story, by the way.
Yeah. Thousands of dollars are raised to help an abused dog recover.
I saw that story. How sad is that?
I know, but it is a feel-good story, I promise.
Yeah.
And then the Oscars are establishing a new award. And I got to say, I think it's taken them a little while. This should have happened a while ago.
I mean, damn, really?
All of that next during You Heard It Here First.
All right, we'll do Deb's news and get the hell out of here on a Friday.
Woo.
Real Radio is on Threads at Real Radio 1041. Sponsored by the law offices of Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Have you been in an accident? Call the law offices of Anajar and Levine at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Happy Friday, Central Florida. I'm Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Jessica Dobson with a check of your forecast. And for today, we're going to be expecting a mostly sunny and dry day with temperatures warming up into the mid-80s across the area. So a high of around 85 degrees today in Orlando. We do expect a cold front to sweep through late tonight, and that is going to give way to a couple of hit-and-miss showers, maybe a rumble of thunder or two. Only a 20% chance of rain. Beautiful looking weekend. Highs in the mid to upper 70s. From the Fox 35 Storm Team, I'm meteorologist Jessica Dobson.
This report is sponsored by Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Road trip? Let's go! But first, drive into Valvoline Instant Oil Change, where we only pour premium Valvoline oil. No appointment needed. Save today at VIOC.com. Valvoline Instant Oil Change. We'll get you back on the road in no time.
Hey everybody, Jim Colbert here for my friends over at the Nickley Group. You know, mortgage rates have steadily been on the decline. I don't know if you noticed that. It had 4 months lows here recently. Inventory of new homes and for sale are up. That gives buyers more options to choose from. More homes on the market gives buyers more options and more negotiating power. These guys save you on average about $24,000 when you purchase a home using the Nickley Group. And when you sell your home, they get you that much as well. And they get it in half the time as their competitors. That's why the Nickley Group is so well revered here in Central Florida. Nobody knows this market better than these guys. And real estate market trends are extremely local. So certainly the thing you want is somebody who understands every single little borough of Orlando and what that means for the sales. These guys are great. Matter of fact, their website is great as well. You could actually get a guaranteed cash offer from their website right now. No showings, no open houses, and you could close that deal in as little as 14 days. And when you throw in their VIP buyers program, it's almost like unfair to other realtors. Free appraisals, free home warranties, free moving trucks and supplies. Hell, they even have a free love it or leave it guarantee that if you aren't satisfied with your purchase within the first 12 months, they will relist your home for free. You have to try them if you're moving or if you're looking for that dream home. Nobody is going to treat you better than the Nickley Group. That's NICKLEY Group.com.
Saturday, April 12th, grab your person and head to the Tavares Art, Wine, and Music Stroll at Wooten Park, noon to 6. While there, take the short walk to Puddle Jumpers on beautiful Lake Dora in Tavares for some lunch or dinner and cocktails. Watch the seaplanes take off, enjoy a signature dish and drink, and take in the lake life at Puddle Jumpers. The live music starts at 5. Stick around for an unforgettable sunset over Lake Dora. Puddle Jumpers in Tavares, unique dishes and cocktails by the lake.
Why go to just another sports bar when you can go to Crush Yard? The food, amazing. The drinks, top shelf. Craft beers, a gajillion of them. And then the big surprise, pickleball, all indoor on pristine new courts. So that's it, right? Wrong, because we've also got ping pong, cornhole, and a full arcade for the kids. So, Kissimmee, when the temps rise, cool off with the best food, games, and fun at the hottest new spot in town. Visit CrushYard.com and follow us on social for details. See you down at the yard.
Military veterans and active duty service members, you could become a certified cyber warrior with just 12 weeks of training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, and IT pros with these skills often enjoy abundant opportunity and a great lifestyle. Protect our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. SkillBridge and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP.
Join the circle of life at the Lion King. Don't miss your chance to experience the world's #1 musical. The Lion King is one of the most awe-inspiring productions ever brought to life on stage. Feel alive at the Lion King.
Coming to Dr. Phillips Center April 23rd through May 18th. Visit drphillipscenter.org to get your tickets now.
I'm Mark Anajar. I'm Glenn Levine. I'm Ellie Anajar. And we're Anajar and Levine. Experience the Anajar and Levine difference by calling us with any of your legal needs. Call 1-800-747-FREE for a free consultation and take back control of your life.
In Office Orlando. Everyone deserves a fast and reliable connection. One that helps better their everyday through the things they value most. Friends and family, education and career. A connection that opens pathways to opportunity and builds roads to a better future.
At Spectrum, we're committed to delivering just that every single day. Because with the right connection, anything is possible. That's life unlimited. That's Spectrum.
Mills Air in business since 1992. That's over 30 years here in Central Florida. They're not going anywhere. Carrier factory authorized dealer. You can always turn to the experts at Carrier. Equipment change-outs and upgrades right now with up to $1,275 in rebates. Visit millsair.com.
Why go to just another sports bar when you can go to Crush Yard? The food, amazing. The drinks, top shelf. Craft beers, a gajillion of them. And then the big surprise, pickleball, all indoor on pristine new courts. So that's it, right? Wrong, because we've also got ping pong, cornhole, and a full arcade for the kids. So, Kissimmee, when the temps rise, cool off with the best food, games, and fun at the hottest new spot in town. Visit crushyard.com and follow us on social for details. See you down at the yard.
Need help navigating your will or trust? Visit onefirmforlife.com today for your free consultation.
Stay tuned to the Jim Colbert Show as we demonstrate our attitude of gratitude. Our thank you segment is sponsored by Life Imaging FLA. Now open. Call pound 250 keyword heart scan.
Our friends at TK Law remind us to look ahead. So we'll look ahead here on Real Radio tomorrow. You're going to have Real Music Weekends on Real Radio. We'll do that on Sunday as well. Little Captain's Log Radio. And this Sunday, Joseph Martin's Sunday morning coming down. He is back in Florida. He and our buddy Josh Fowler will head over to New Smyrna Beach for a live broadcast. Stay tuned for that, happening this weekend right here on Real Radio. Look ahead with the team at TK Law. Plan your family's future. Visit onefirmforlife.com.
You're listening to the Jim Colbert Show.
Good afternoon, happy weekend, JCS crew. Ex-swimmer here. When we're talking about overseas stuff, back in a previous career, I trained customer service representatives for a large telecommunications company. And it was amazing when I did outsourcing in India, training those individuals, how seriously they took it for such a minimum wage. And when I came back here, I had college students near UCF that I paying them $20+ an hour back then, couldn't get them to turn their hats around.
Yeah, Jimmy, I got to agree with you on that. Some things are just not made like they used to be. But my little 06 Ford Ranger, first engine went 250,000 miles and put another brand new engine in it, 3-year, 100,000-mile warranty. And now I'm all the way up to 284,302 miles. Plan on taking this truck to $500,000.
That's what you got to do, man. Got to make it last.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess just, it's how you're raised that if you take care of stuff, and I talk about my buddy Daniel Dennis, who is right after us with Tom and Dan. I envy him so much because he has that thing that his mom and dad really kind of, beat that whole idea of taking care of stuff that you have, appreciating the things that you get in life and taking care of it. And nobody does that like Daniel. Nobody I know does that like Daniel. That dude, I'm telling you, if he could box half the stuff that he has up in that studio of theirs and resell it tomorrow, take it back tomorrow. And they would never even know it was they would used. Never used. I'm serious as a heart attack. His car looks like it's never been driven. He just does it. He just cares. He's concerned about it. And his parents just got that into him, and he's just lived that life. I do not have that. Everything I have is beaten to death. All right, welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show, Real Radio 104.1. I am Jim. Deb is here.
Hello.
Jack is here as well.
Hello.
Brews Around the Zoo is tomorrow night. That's going to be a good-ass time.
Starting at 5 o'clock. Unless you're VIP, then I think they do it an hour early with live music and stuff. But if you go to centralfloridazoo.org, you can get your tickets to that.
Absolutely. Hitting some garage sales tomorrow. Oh, by the way, I said this earlier. I will be burying or hiding the Search Your Ace Off package tomorrow. Mm-hmm. And I will not tell you where or when or any of that stuff.
Did you have other plans to be in Polk County?
What?
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 Lake?
No, I was.
Seminole?
What?
Orange?
Woo! How?
Osceola.
Oh.
Okay, it's Brevard.
Okay. Didn't we say what counties that has to be in?
No.
I think we did we not? I thought we said it was going to be in the Tri-County area.
In the past, we've discussed it being in specific counties. There are rules. We have the website. If you go to realradio.fm/ACE, you can see the preliminary information available for the Search Your Ace Off Big Green Egg Hunt.
Literally almost a $4,000 package.
Courtesy of Tools Ace Hardware and TK Law.
Yeah, that's right.
Big shout out to TK Law for getting on board and providing a really cool prize.
That is a cool prize.
Talk about planning your family's future. It's estate planning, estate planning package.
And I'm going to throw in a cigar package from our friends over at Corona Cigar Company, which will include a lighter, a cutter, box of cigars, stuff like that.
What?
So it's going to be a crazy thing. I'm making these certificates tonight. And by the way, it's so funny. Jack told me, he goes, when you write the poem, send it to me because I'm going to pop it into AI to see if AI can figure it out so that people, because Jack's like, people are going to get this and the first thing they're going to do
is a good point.
Is they're going to put it in AI and they're going to see if AI can figure it out. And then
I would do.
Yeah, it's exactly what I would do as well.
Yeah.
I'm looking for any edge, right?
Yeah.
So that means I have to make it twice as hard.
Yeah. I think you do.
So in the past, I've used maybe names. In the past, there will be no names in these anymore because you could research the name and immediately find out what's going on. I'm shooting for at least a week this time. I want people to look for at least a week. I think that's my record, right? Like 7 days?
It wasn't quite 7. The last time we did it, it was when over in
Winter Garden.
In Winter Garden.
Downtown, I hit it under the train there on Plant Street.
4 or 5 days, I think.
Yeah.
It was. I think it was the Friday right before the weekend because we thought we were going to go into the weekend.
Yeah. All right, Deb, let's do You Heard It Here first.
It's time for You Heard It Here First on the Jim Colbert Show.
A man convicted of murder and serving a life sentence in Georgia and who was mistakenly released from prison has been captured in Central Florida after being on the run for 2 weeks. Kathan Guzman was found at his mother's home in Ocoee, according to the U.S. Marshals. Fox 35 spoke to attorney Bob Fisher.
I would be concerned if I was a resident of Clayton County, Georgia. I think the sheriff himself should be concerned. With the technology that exists today, I'm surprised. This is a very rare thing to occur.
Yeah, Guzman was serving a life sentence for killing 19-year-old Delilah Grayson in 2022 when she tried to break up with him. He was convicted of murder in 2024 and was recently released by mistake from the Clayton County Jail on March 27th due to a clerical error.
Yeah, and the mom was terrified, by the way, that the kid was going to go back and go after her because it's her daughter he strangled to death.
And being that he's caught in Ocoee when he was in jail in Georgia,
absolutely,
not too far from the victim's mother who said she was petrified, I don't blame her.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's a trained UFC trainer or a fighter.
Oh, great. Yeah, good thing they caught him.
Yeah.
All right, help is pouring in so a dog can recover from severe abuse. I promise this is a good story. A 10-week-old puppy named Sweet Pea is being treated in Seminole County at Oviedo Veterinary Care and Emergency. She was rescued last week in Suwannee County and will need surgery. Her alleged abuser is in custody. According to a GoFundMe page, Sweet Pea is showing signs of resilience and is defying the odds. About 300 people have donated over $16,000.
Goodness gracious.
For her care.
Good Lord.
People love animals. And I did that story because today is also National Pet Day.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Did not know that.
I know Teabag let us down on that.
Didn't he? Yeah.
So hug your pets. And then finally,
we got hammered like 4 minutes into the show.
The Oscars will begin presenting an award for movie stunts.
Oh, that's cool.
Don't you think that should have been happening?
Yeah.
I mean, since
about time.
Oh my God,
the 50s.
They should retro that to the 70s.
Exactly. Well, the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences will first give out the award for achievement in stunt design at the 100th Academy Awards, honoring films released in 2027.
What an interesting topic, too.
The push for a stunt award was reportedly led by director David Leitch, who helmed last year's action comedy The Fall Guy, about a stuntman embroiled in a criminal conspiracy. The last time the Academy added a category was in 2024 when it established the Achievement in Casting Award.
That's wild.
Which will be given out for the first time at next year's Oscars. I think stunt guys should have gotten one well before casting.
Do you know what
award.
the heyday was, right? Do you know what actor really embraced the stunt guy and made an entire series of movies to showcase stuntmen?
Oh.
Who dat?
Burt Reynolds.
Oh, wow.
Dude, all those movies, like Sharky's Machine, a guy named Dar Robinson played that white hair guy. That guy was a professional stuntman. And all of those dudes, Hal Needham and all those dudes, they were all like all of those Hooper movies and Smokey and the Bandit. Those were all that big stunt thing. That's that whole group of dudes in Hollywood had about a 7-year run where they ruled, man. It was great.
Well, you heard it here first on the Jim Colbert Show.
Kick ass, Jack.
Yeah.
Question
the
of the
question
day.
was, do you celebrate Easter?
Oh,
In,
yeah,
our,
you
in
know,
our YouTube chat.
70% say yes.
62.
Oh, okay, that's not bad.
Wow.
Not bad at all. Very nice.
By the way, someone said you before you hide the prize, you should check your car for air tags.
No. Oh, could you imagine?
It's not a bad idea.
That'd be douchey. It would come up on my phone, though, right? If there's one in my car, I can just bring up my Bluetooth and it'll show it, right?
It should, yeah.
Isn't that what it does, Jack?
You get it through your Hulu.
Jack, answer me and help me out here. You know, you got to help me out.
Yeah, your Apple products will warn you if you have
Very
an
nice.
AirTag near you that's not registered to you and it's
Very nice.
traveling with you.
Yeah. Okay.
So I hear.
Yeah, okay, good. Who do we have to thank real quick? Because we got to go.
Okay, we want to thank Fayez Carr, restaurant critic for the Orlando Weekly, Chef Tella Luna, Allison, Adrian, and Rob from the Rosen Center, both of those podcasts at Jim Colbert Show. And last but never least, Sam Bowen and Candace Rich for running our YouTube chat. Also want to thank Corona Cigar Company. Don't forget about that great 53% off deal.
Yeah,
this weekend.
Cohiba, Makassar. It's an unbelievable cigar. Also, rosencenter.com/Easter to get your tickets to that great Easter brunch coming up soon. All right, Jack, let's go.
And listen to that podcast. It has all the descriptions of the food you're going to get.
Yeah, do that at JimColbertLive.com. All right, let's get out of here. On behalf of Deb and Jack, I'm Jim. We follow the new Junkie. They follow the Monsters of the Morning. After us, it's Tom and Dan with the Corporate Time. Bungalow in the Bus. What the hell is Angel listening to all weekend long? It smells like the 90s until Sunday morning. And, of course, that is when Captain's Log Radio comes on with Captain Jack Bradshaw and First Mate NaomiBradshaw.com. Right into the legend, Joseph Martin's for Sunday morning coming down. We'll see you at 3 on Monday for more of the Jim Colbert Show. Until then, have your